Good morning, everybody. What a sunny good morning. Can I get a thumbs up? How is the mood with that sunlight? Yes. Hello, everybody, and a warm welcome to the BMW Foundation Herbert Quandt Pavilion. It's our second day here in the Pavilion during the Munich Security Conference, and also, ladies and gentlemen, joining us virtually in our live stream. Greetings from Munich to wherever, in which time zone you are joining us, maybe for an afternoon coffee, an after-work cocktail, or a very early morning espresso. It's great to have you on board. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a full-packed day again here in the Pavilion, and this is really the muscle that we are training here in these times of transformation and these times of transition. The muscle of resilience and the muscle of collaboration and the muscle of coming together and talking with each other, not just about each other. And this is really the theme here in the Pavilion, the collaboration muscle. And our conversations here in the Pavilion will demonstrate how energy innovations and strategies for collaborations are a topic of resilience when it also comes to energy security. And with that, I welcome you warm-heartedly here again in the Pavilion. It's great to see familiar faces, new faces, so we start together into our beautiful second day. And for the official first keynote of the day, we will learn more about building up resilience, strengthening the resilience amidst global competition. And I welcome here on stage the Commissioner for Economy and Productivity, Implementation and Simplification of the European Commission. Please give him a warm round of applause, Mr. Valdis Dombrovskis. Danke.
The microphone is not working, or is it? No, it is not. Okay, so distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, thank you for this invitation. It's a pleasure to join you again. If there is one thing that every participant on this year's conference can agree on, is that we find ourselves in a rapidly changing world. Old certainties, such as rules-based order, are being challenged. Technological change is accelerating. Trade tensions are rising. Europe's foundational values and security assumptions are being tested. There are great and growing tests which we need to deal with, and we are living in pivotal times. As a starting point, before there is economic security, there is hard security. Hard security is a fundamental basis for long-lasting stability and prosperity. Without hard security, there can be no growth, no innovation, no social protection. Since February 2022, Ukraine and its people have stood at Europe's front line, protecting also our people and values in the face of Russia's vicious onslaught. It is clear to everyone, Ukraine is fighting both for themselves and for us. There can be no economic stability and secure Europe without lasting peace in Ukraine. And it is also clear that there can be no peace negotiations about Ukraine without Ukraine. No negotiations that sidelines the very European countries on which these negotiations will cast the longest shadow. The final outcome of this war will have a profound and long-lasting impact on security on the European continent, including that of NATO countries. Any peace deal must be lasting and offer real security guarantees to Ukraine. Supporting Ukraine is a soundest investment in our long-term prosperity and resilience that we can possibly make. With regard to our financial support, we are broadly on track. In January, the European Commission disbursed the first 3 billion euros tranche on its exceptional macro-financial assistance loan for Ukraine. This was the EU's first disbursement to the G7-led Extraordinary Revenue Acceleration Loans Initiative, which collectively aims to provide approximately 45 billion euros in financial support to Ukraine. and these loans will be repaid from proceeds from immobilized Russian state assets. This means that Russia is itself paying for the destruction it is causing in Ukraine. In total, the EU is expected to provide 18.1 billion euros to Ukraine under this instrument by the end of the year. And on top of this, there is Ukraine facility of 50 billion euros for the years 2024 to 2027. And we aim to disburse 12.5 billion euros this year. We are now at the decisive moment. Democracies can work together to tame autocrats and tyrants, or we will see the decomposition of the global order as we knew it and normalization of tyrants and war criminals. The return of the rule of the might, transactions replacing values. So Europe must recognize that the world has changed. From disinformation to cyber attacks to sabotage, the threats to Europe's economies, people and way of life are real and imminent. This is why we need to urgently and significantly enhance the resilience of our societies, but also act to fill in the gaps in our defense capabilities and boost our defense industry. And we must do it now before it is too late. Europe needs to fully set sail by mobilizing an ambitious defense spending, both at national and EU level. And in this context, the European Commission will publish the white paper on future of European defense next month. Today, our ability to preserve our security and protect our values depends more than ever on our economy's capacity to adapt to and compete in this changing and complex world. The good news is that the European economy has all the fundamental assets needed to successfully compete in a changing global economy. We have a well-educated and skilled workforce, a large pool of private capital, a stable and predictable legal environment, a rule of law, and strong social safety nets. We also, of course, have one of the greatest achievements of the European Union, the single market. While we have successfully navigated a period of significant challenges in recent years, demonstrating a remarkable degree of economic resilience, the EU continues to be confronted with significant structural challenges. Europe has not kept pace with other major economies over the course of the last decades due to the persistent gap in the productivity growth. We can no longer afford to continue business as usual. Last year's Draghi report provides a timely analysis of the competitiveness issues facing Europe and a blueprint of policy action needed to overcome them. The Commission has prioritized enhancing Europe's competitiveness in this new mandate. To this end, we have already presented our competitiveness compass that will guide our work on reigniting Europe's economic dynamism over the next 5 years. Part of the EU's competitiveness agenda is reducing excessive dependencies and increasing our economic security. It is in the interest of the EU and our partners that European approach to economic security remains proportionate and targeted. It also needs to be risk-based and pragmatic. Currently, we are accelerating our work across all 4 risk priorities identified in our economic security strategy. First, resilience of supply chains and energy security. Second, critical infrastructure, which includes energy grids that the panel will discuss in a moment. Third, technology leadership and challenges we face, as well as technology leakage. The AI summit just took place in Paris, and we will discuss AI further today. AI is also driving a paradigm shift in security and defense. These shifts are also showcased by Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine, where AI is used for autonomous systems, decision-making algorithms, and battlefield analytics. So we need to maintain a leadership in technologies such as AI and quantum, while making sure that our technologies and intellectual property do not leak to regimes that will turn them against us. The fourth and final category of risks is the weaponization of economic dependencies and coercion, including in trade. When it comes to trade, we deeply regret the recent decisions concerning tariffs. We see no justification for United States to impose tariffs on our exports. This is especially true given the deeply integrated production chains established through extensive transatlantic trade and investment ties. In 2023, transatlantic trade between the EU and US exceeded 1.5 trillion euros. Together, EU and US represents almost 30% global trade, so there is lots of stake economically. We are currently assessing the scope of the announced measures and will be ready to respond in a firm and proportionate way. When it comes to China, our economic security strategy aims to maximize the benefits of openness while minimizing our strategic dependencies and vulnerabilities. In essence, we are focused on de-risking, not decoupling. Both in the case of US and China and beyond, the European Union stands ready to assert its interests forcefully, but in a fair and proportionate way. To summarize and to conclude, Europe now needs to decide if we wish to be players or merely spectators in this new world. We can emerge from this challenging period strong, secure, and prosperous, but that demands active action. And I'm determined to play my part to ensure that we can take such action. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. You can stay, Mr. Commissioner, you can stay, of course, on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, may I ask you again for a big round of applause for Valdis Dombrovskis and his very enlightening thoughts on the economic security strategy of Europe. You just said Europe can decide. In our upcoming discussion, I would like to know, because you are somehow Europe, what your decision would be, Mr. Dombrovskis. Ladies and gentlemen, resilience. Resilience, this is probably one of the words that will linger in our minds after the Munich Security Conference. Hardly any discussion, in my opinion, hardly any discussion or keynote seems to go without this term over the course of the last 2 days. Resilience, and this says a lot about how we perceive reality these days. Often it feels like we're nowadays enduring or suffering reality more than actually enjoying it. And let's not forget, reality was invented in order to enjoy it, not only to suffer from it. So what do we mean, for example, when we talk about modern economic resilience? Modern economic resilience in the context of artificial intelligence, in the context of geopolitics, and in the context of energy sovereignty. This is what we aim to discuss in our next panel here on stage and exchange some thoughts on. The discussion, ladies and gentlemen, will be divided into 2 parts. First, we will talk with Valdis Dombrovskis, with Benedetta Berti, Gerard Reed, and Leif Johan Sevland about the topic securing energy infrastructure for economic resilience. Following this, Valdis Dombrovskis will gladly remain on stage as we invite 3 additional guests to join us for a discussion on the topic opportunities and risks of the AI revolution for economic resilience. Ladies and gentlemen, the BMW Foundation has set up a BMW Foundation Energy Transition Expert Council last year, in 2024, to bring together leading energy experts, identifying gaps and opportunities for Europe and beyond to strengthen the energy transition and identify the most impactful transition shifts. The discussions that follow have been tremendously shaped and developed in cooperation with the experts of this council. You already are familiar with Valdis Dombrovskis, therefore let me now introduce the 3 other guests participating in our first discussion round. Benedetta Berti, she's the Director of Policy Planning at NATO, where she shapes the alliance strategic direction and led the drafting of NATO's 2022 strategic concept. An expert in international security and in conflict resolution, she has nearly 20 years of experience working on issues like human security and post-conflict stabilization. Benedetta plays a central role in shaping NATO's strategic responses to emerging threats you have just pointed out, Valdis, including hybrid warfare and cyber attacks targeting critical infrastructure like energy grids. I'm sure you agree that she brings a wealth of knowledge and practical experience to our discussions today, and I would like to ask Benedetta Berti on stage and you for a big welcome applause. Good morning. Where are we? Over there, maybe? Gerard Reed, he's a member of the BMW Foundation Energy Transition Expert Council. Gerard is a leading voice in sustainable energy, finance, and innovation. As a co-founder of Alexa Capital, he also specializes in advising companies and governments on financing renewable energy projects and modernizing grid infrastructure. He has worked extensively with the Chinese ecosystem and aims to bring new thinking to Europe. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome on stage, Gerard Reed. Morning. As a CEO of the ONS Foundation, Leif Johan Sevland is at the helm of one of the world's leading forums for energy discussions. His work focuses on advancing offshore wind and other marine renewables, which are increasingly important for diversifying energy sources and ensuring grid stability. Just recently, Leif Johan Sevland has emphasized cross-border cooperation in offshore energy projects to enhance regional energy security. May I please ask you for a big round of applause for Leif Johan Sevland. Tusen tack that you could make it.
Good morning.
Thank you very much and welcome on stage, Leif Johan. Valdis, with Europe facing continued pressure from Russia, a turbulent relationship with China, and it turns out more and more, maybe also a turbulent relationship with the United States. Does the EU really have a credible plan to secure its energy grids? Or are we still hoping for the best while playing catch-up on critical infrastructure resilience?
First of all, does it work?
The microphone should be turned up a little bit, the volume.
If it doesn't work, I can use this one somehow.
I think that's
okay.
better. Thank you.
First of all, the question is, can we secure our energy supply? Can we rapidly respond to challenges and threats faced by Russia? The answer is yes, and actually we demonstrated it already in 2022, because what was happening is that Russia was trying to use its then natural gas supplies as a weapon of blackmail and manipulation. And as an EU, we reacted quickly to readjust our gas flows, to readjust our infrastructure, to ensure alternative gas supplies, with Norway becoming our biggest pipeline gas supplier, with US becoming our biggest LNG supplier. So we're able to see away this dependency very quickly, and we mobilized also substantial resources at EU level through our Repower EU program, which became part of Recovery and Resilience Facility. So we were able to respond to this. Another element I would highlight, just last weekend, the three Baltic states disconnected their electricity grid from Russia and joined and synchronized its network with a European electrical energy network. So that was another step in strengthening our resilience. But it's also true, of course, that for for not only for a resilience of supply, but also for a better functioning of energy market in a situation of more decentralized power generation, which is coming with renewables. We need more interconnections. We need really a European grid. And this is something which is also very much in the EU's agenda, and also with funding programs like 10E dedicated for those purposes.
What does precisely mean more interconnections? Can you give us examples of what's missing precisely?
Well, I would probably not now starting to say specifically which interconnections are missing. We know there are some famous ones which are missing, but
I don't know them. Maybe the audience.
Okay, one famous interconnection which is missing in the EU, which everyone is talking, is interconnection between France and Spain, and issues related to Iberian Peninsula. That's just one example. But actually, there are still quite a few interconnections missing, because energy grids, electrical grids, were developed in each country historically separately. So those linkages are needed, and not only between countries, but also within countries. For example, interconnections between North Germany, where there's more generation, and South Germany, where there's more industry and consumption, is another good example. So there is a lot of work to do, but as I said, whether Europe can do, I believe Europe can do it.
So is it possible, would it be possible, if you want to say, that the fact that there is external pressure also leads to some overdue innovation within Europe? Because when I hear that there is a missing interconnection between France and Spain, that has definitely nothing to do with the conflict in Ukraine. So is it also a wake-up call for a further European integration?
For sure, and I don't know the example which the Commissioner is mentioning exactly, but I would say that's also a kind of neighborhood situation.
Kind of a neighborhood situation, yeah.
Energy security. We have countries which would like to be and secure their own energy. And we have seen that in Europe for a long time. But if I may say, yesterday I heard a vice president from another country than a European. And I would like to say I'm a proud European being here. I see how Europe has actually managed the situation which we have been through for the last years. We have good elections, we have freedom of speech, we have democracy, and we are doing quite well. But we have plenty of challenges for the future. We know the war in Ukraine, the Russian war in Ukraine, has faced some of the challenges. We need to act faster, and we need to act smarter. But we also have one other challenge, which has not been as high on the agenda yet, due to, of course, the war in Ukraine, and that's the climate change. The climate change is going to give us a lot of people entering Europe, if it's not livable, in Africa, in beautiful Africa, which really is going to be challenging for Europe, and that's going to be the next phase if we haven't done anything with the climate change within a few years. So I would also like to add that into the perspective about energy security, which we need to face, the green shift, which we need to take.
Benedetta, before we focus a bit more on that, on these issues that Johan just touched upon, let's stick up for a moment to the very hardcore security issue. How can, in your opinion, I mean, in my introduction I said you're a true expert in that field, how can nations safeguard, in your opinion, their critical systems against emerging threats? Threats, as Valdis has just pointed out, both physical and also digital. What are kind of concrete examples of how they can safeguard their infrastructure?
Right. I think that's a really important question. Maybe I'll start with one, I think, underlying key principle, and that is we need to think about security when we think about key economic policies choices. And that's something that doesn't come very natural to many of us.
So it's kind of a paradigm change, because it wasn't like that before. The security
Correct.
aspect was kind of not the dominating.
Let me explain. For in the post-Cold War peace dividend era, we thought we could deal with economics on the one hand, and we could deal with national security on the other. And economic dependencies were seen as a gateway to more cooperation, right? But of course, economic dependencies can also be a gateway for vulnerabilities, for risks, and that's where the security perspective comes in. So that's very important when you think about critical infrastructure. Critical infrastructure being transportation infrastructure, ports, highways, airports, being the energy infrastructure, being the digital infrastructure, or the civilian satellites. All of this infrastructure is not just key to our prosperity, but is also key to our national security. Our militaries depend on this civilian infrastructure to operate. So if this infrastructure is compromised, our militaries are not going to be able to perform their job. Therefore, our security is going to be impacted. So when we decide which type of 5G network we buy, how do we administer our ports, how do we administer our transportation infrastructure, who do we supply energy from, all of these choices have economic implications, of course, but they also have national security implications. And I think a lot of Europeans learned this the hard way after the beginning of the full-scale invasion, war of aggression of Russia against Ukraine, where, of course, our one-sided energy dependency was used as a blackmail tool by the Russian Federation. And to me, that's a very important lesson. What is the lesson? That we should not have one-sided dependencies on strategic competitors and adversaries. So, for example, we should think very carefully when we think about clean energy. Who do we depend on? And is that reliable? And is that safe for our national security?
Benedetta, given the fact that the Russians know it anyway, could you elaborate on what is the weakest spot of the European energy infrastructure right now?
Let me pivot to something that is slightly less ominous, and let me pivot instead to say that we have, in recent years, taken very important steps. First of all, diversifying and weaning ourselves off Russian oil and gas, very important. Diversify our energy suppliers, relying more on allies and partners. We mentioned Norway and the United States, for example, and being much more serious, both at NATO and EU level and at national level, about how do we secure our energy grid. How do we look for digital vulnerabilities? How do we secure our physical infrastructure? Of course, that's not just about energy grid. For example, in recent weeks, you have all heard about the undersea cables, which again is incredibly important for data, for energy, and for prosperity, and we see how they are also vulnerable. And for example, NATO recently started a new Baltic Sea operation, Baltic Sentry, to increase our patrolling, to increase our situational awareness, to send a signal of deterrence, to increase vigilance, and to support national law enforcement. So all of this is how we secure critical infrastructure in a time of strategic competition, where we have adversaries and competitors that are going to look for soft vulnerabilities in our societies, in our infrastructure, in our technology, in our industry, and try to weaponize it.
Gerard, from an economic perspective, but the question goes afterwards to everybody else of you on the panel as well. Benedetta just said we have diversified the supply chain, basically. And on the other hand, we see a very strong tendency from the United States administration that there is kind of a nexus between tariffs, between NATO budget, between energy supply. So there is suddenly this entanglement of different sources, actually, different topics. And do you think it's a good idea to rely on a partner that doesn't seem to act like a partner anymore?
No, be really clear, we need to be independent, right?
So what means independent?
Well, independence...
It's a big word, but what does it mean precisely?
It is. So the question is, if you look at Europe's vulnerability, it's because we have to import energy from abroad, right? And it's primarily fossil fuels. Now, if I take the Chinese example, the Chinese realize the same thing. And they say, we do not want to be dependent on Saudi Arabia, et cetera, in terms of importing oil. So what are they doing? Well, they're electrifying their system. They're electrifying their whole energy system, right? And I'll call it deep...
Out of strategic reasons.
Out of strategic, deep electrification. But they also realize that there's a revolution going on. And a technology revolution. The technology revolution, I really don't care if I've got oil or coal or gas tomorrow. But if I don't have electricity at the end of the day today, I'm in trouble. I really care. So we have to realize the importance of electricity in the system. And now, I give you an example. 3 weeks ago, I come from Ireland, and just to give you an idea, Ireland, 25% of all power goes to data centers. Okay?
25% of all power of Ireland goes to data centers.
Go to data centers. It is a digital economy. You cannot get money out of an ATM in Ireland. Everything is done with your mobile phone, right? So picture this. 1/3 of the country has no power because of a storm. And by the way, so this is not an attack, it's a storm. So, and I want to add that point on of climate change is really going to significantly have an impact on our energy system. So you've got this incredibly digital economy, and then you're in the west of Ireland, you can't do anything. You can't go into the food store, you can't pay for anything, you can't get money out of the banks because the ATMs don't work, you can't get diesel, you can't do anything, right? And so what ends up happening is, and I just use as an example, that's not a black swan event.
Right.
That is just a serious blackout. Now, the Irish system, by the way, prides itself on being the best power system in Europe in terms of how it integrates renewables, right? Because it has the most renewables in its system, and it's an island. It means it has to do everything itself. Now,
Good example.
I use that as an example of what happened and what can happen. So I make the point is we have to be really clear that electricity, it's all about electricity going forward. And we have to make sure our system is resilient from a climate point of view and from, I'd also say, a national security point of view. I would look at the system as it is today, and I say, I'm sorry, it's a 100-year-old system. It's not fit for the 21st century. And it's not, by the way, all about interconnectors. The way I would look at it actually is, we're in the area of energy intelligence, which is we have to go and manage the system in a completely different way and realize that there's a huge, big technology shift going on, and we have to go with it from an economic point of view as well.
Valdis and Leif Johan, if the headline of this panel, after this panel, would be Gerard Reed, Europe has to learn from China, because China's an example. Would you agree on that?
Europe needs to learn from the best, and China is doing plenty of good things with energy security and energy efficiency as well.
Give us, let's say, make it simple, 3 topics, 3 examples where Europe can learn from China immediately and implement it.
Yeah, what we can do is actually to learn to work fast. If you see, for example, with offshore wind, permitting in Europe, it's, I wouldn't say generations, but quite a long time. The Chinese model is a bit different. They don't have this democracy, of course, but they do it much faster. They love technology. They do a lot of spending in research, new technology, which we need to do in Europe as well, especially in Norway. And then, of course, I think they also have seen that they need actually to also do changes, what they are doing, which kind of energy they are using. So China is getting much greener than a lot of people in Europe actually believe and imagine. So those 3 examples would come from my side.
Let's talk about the green China aspect later, but my question goes to Commissioner Dombrovskis. The EU's competitiveness compass, you're well aware, of course, sets ambitious, very ambitious goals for modernizing our energy and industrial base here in Europe. But given what Leif Johan just said, given our very complex, to put it mildly, our very complex permitting process, in other words, a huge bureaucracy, supply chains, dependencies, as we have heard, regulatory burdens, what concrete actions will, in your opinion, ensure this isn't just another overpromised and underdelivered EU strategy?
Yeah, I will be coming to the simplification question in a moment, but let me say a word on China.
But don't forget the question.
Yes, I will not.
Promise.
Promise. We have to admit that China has been very strategic in how it's developing its industries and technologies. And we were discussing dependencies on Russian gas, which we had to overcome. But now we are moving to the green and digital economy, and it requires different type of inputs. And in many of those inputs, China is a dominant supplier. 80, 90, more than 90% of global supply coming from China. So therefore, we need also to work in diversification of these inputs, not to develop a new dependency. So that's something to keep in mind. But then, indeed, this question of simplification, you asked in the context of speeding up permitting, which is indeed part of this work stream. And in European Commission, we are on it and working also with member states, because lots of those permitting procedures are national procedures. But all in all, it's clear that reduction of administrative burden is an important part of this competitiveness agenda. And just this week we came out with a communication how we are going to go about it throughout this mandate, and in the coming weeks we'll start coming forward with the first legislative proposals. So for this year we envisage legislative proposals, so 3 so-called omnibus proposals, but then also other packages in digital, in energy, targeted revision of REACH on common agricultural policy, just to give some examples. And we also set clear targets of reduction of administrative burden by at least 25% in general and at least 35% for SMEs. And there it's of course very important to have also sustained push by the business community that it is actually needed and that we are actually delivering on this.
Thank you very much. Gerard, your perspective on learning from China, and afterwards, since we spoke a lot about China and learning lessons from China, we didn't speak a single word about learning lessons from the United States. Maybe, Benedetta, afterwards you can elaborate a little bit on that aspect. But first you, Gerard, what are the major topics and the major measurements, basically, that should be taken?
Well, I think the first thing to realize, I think the moment we're in at present is like 1908. And you might say, what is he saying that for? Well, in 1908, Henry Ford brought out the Model T, and he revolutionized the transport world across the world, but he also enabled us to create the wealth that we have in the Western world, right? Mercedes,
and the distribution of
Porsches,
wealth,
etc. They all came at this period of time. Now, why am I saying it's the same moment today? Because what we've got is an AI revolution, and that AI revolution needs electricity, exactly the same as the car needed oil, right? So we've got 2 revolutions that are going on at present, and I would say this is the biggest industrial revolution we've ever had, which means it's the biggest opportunity that we've ever had, right? And the question, Europe can't win, like in the automobile space, we can't win in every area, but there's certain areas we can win. And China, we have to understand where China's ahead. They're ahead in solar. They're ahead in batteries. Are they ahead in the grid? No way. Okay. Are they ahead in robotics? No way. So there's areas where we really need to think about where we're ahead, and we have to go fast, because the way to beat China is to be ahead of them and then be bigger than them, okay? And that's exactly the Samsung way. This is how South Korea competes with China, and that's a small country, so we have to do the same. And so we have to understand China and then go into areas before them and then be bigger than them, right?
So question to the other 3 panelists. What are the areas where Europe is ahead still, and how we can make sure that we stay ahead? Because if we think about the last 2 days, and there have been many discussions here on the stage on the fact that Europe, especially Germany, was ahead in terms of solar energy, solar panels, producing solar panels, and lost this advantage over the course of the last 15 years. So 2 questions. Question number 1, where is Europe ahead? Question number 2, how can we make sure that we're not going to be overtaken by competitors from other regions?
Let me tell you where we're ahead,
and
right?
then the others.
Okay? So where we're ahead is in the grid. We've got world-class businesses like Siemens, ABB, PSI, across the world. So that's the area where we're ahead. And the second area is robotics. Again, ABB, companies like that, world-class and ahead. And I think they're really the areas you need to think about.
Even ahead of American companies?
Absolutely.
I'm not an expert in that
The world-class businesses are in those areas, right?
What's your perspective on that, Benedetta, Valdis, Leif Johan?
Well, there, so many topics have been touched, but maybe to start with what
Pick one.
You pick? I will maybe pick 2, but do it quickly. Starting with the discussion, because you've asked what can we learn from China, what can we learn from the United States, where are we ahead as Europe? I mean, I think there is a recurring trend here, and it is about understanding doing a better job at understanding vulnerabilities and understanding dependencies. When we talk about the PRC, for example, we know that leveraging economic dependencies is part and parcel of their strategy. So as Europeans, we need to understand that those dependencies come with a price tag, come with a risk attached, and we need to integrate national security, I think, much more seriously when we make those choices. That's part of the lesson, and in here we also go on the other side of the Atlantic. And the answer is also working more with our like-minded partners and allies. For example, when it comes to the technological race, which I would say is one of the most important domains when it comes to strategic competition. One of the key theaters of strategic competition is the technological race. Well, this is something with the transatlantic defense and technological industrial base together actually has a lot of advantages in terms of talent, in terms of innovation, in terms of ecosystems, in terms of access to capital. We need to leverage those, protect our industries, work together with partners that share our strategic interests, and be a little bit more strategic in making those choices. So I would say that applies to energy security, but broadly speaking to our economic security at large.
Thank you, Ben.
What to learn from the US? People establishing in the US say it's easy. That's the word I say. It's easy. People could say easy living, easy establishing. The framework, the rules, they have understood how it should be, how it should work. I think Europe needs to learn there. It's a national level, of course, plenty of them. But a lot of things we are doing has been too complicated. From China, the understanding and the importance of innovation and research, extremely important. The advantage for Europe, in addition to what other things is mentioned, I would like to highlight actually we have a very good workforce. We have a good educational system, which is extremely important, whatever you would like to do. And then back to Henry Ford. As you mentioned, his grandson once told me that, he said, why did you start to innovate cars? Why did you do this game changer? Why didn't you do something smaller? And I said, of course I could have made the horses run faster, but that wouldn't be, that kind of thinking I'm set up for. And that's also about Europe. We need to have plans, we need to have ambitions, we need to have goals where we're headed. Not small steps ahead, but the game changers we need to make together.
If we stick with energy, one more area I would mention where we are ahead is wind. But also there are competitors and there are challenges. But I wanted to make 2 points. One on China and how China get ahead, say, on solar and many other industries was with the help of state subsidies. It was heavily subsidizing its industry and then using it to aggressively gain market share. So one question is how we react to this kind of behavior, also looking forward. The EU market is open and it should be open, but it should be open for fair competition, not for state-subsidized competition. And there is where European Commission is already taking an action in a number of areas, but that's something to think. If we allow the same model to repeat it again, China is behind, it subsidizes its industry, takes market share with the help of those subsidies, and then our industry is wiped out, then this is something we cannot allow to be repeated as a pattern. So that is one important point. Another, what is necessary for Europe to stay ahead, or at least to stay in the race, is also to close the innovation gap. Because it is true that in relative terms, EU is investing less in research and innovations than US and even China, and this is something which we need to address because technological shift is accelerating, and that requires lots of research and innovation to keep up with the pace.
What is precisely, Mr. Dombrovskis, the plan of the EU to close that gap?
The plan of the EU to close that gap is a competitiveness compass. So that is where we outline all those areas which we need to address, including energy prices, including innovation gap, where we just need to invest more also in terms of funding. And we even have those quantitative targets. We are just not fulfilling them ourselves. So in a sense, we know what to do. We just need to do. But of course, it's not just one factor. It's innovation gap or energy prices or bureaucracy. We need to deal with all of those topics together, and that's where this competitiveness compass will help us to move forward.
Leif Johan, you mentioned Henry Ford and the fact that he didn't invent faster horses but cars, which is a great anecdote, of course, and it enlightens the beauty and the benefit of the free market society, because it wasn't a state-directed order, basically, to develop a car. Let's talk, in my last question, a little bit about the beauty and the opportunities of public-private partnerships. Because that is something that might also be a differentiator compared to other markets. What's your take on that, Benedetta? The strength and the importance of public-private partnerships in the future for accelerating deployment of different measures?
Yeah, I mean, for the field where I work, so defense and security, that is not,
huge, right?
It's not optional, it's absolutely a must. When it comes to defense innovation, unlike many decades ago, where a lot of defense innovation came from government-funded programs or from just the prime defense industry, today innovation happens in dual-use startups, in the tech world, and that requires governments to work much more hand in glove with the private sector. So when it comes to defense innovation, it is absolutely vital to not just to partner with, but to co-design, to co-produce, and to really work with the private sector along the way. We do that much more today, for example, in NATO with a defense innovation accelerator that works to select startups that work on critical dual-use technologies that can be then utilized for our defense and security. So there's a lot of different tools and partnerships, but the key point is we have to work with the commercial sector and with the commercial operators in the private sector.
Thank you, Benedetta. Gerard, what's your take on that?
I'm going to come as I'm coming from the finance world. Let me give you my perspective on it, right? Firstly, there's more wealth in Europe than the United States. So if you take the amount of capital that can be deployed, we're about 40% bigger than the US. But our capital markets are woeful. And what I mean by that is, if you're an innovative company today, you're raising your money in the US. You're not doing it in Europe, okay?
They're leaving Europe, actually.
Exactly, they're leaving Europe, right? And they're moving their headquarters to the States in some ways. Now, what we have to do is think about how can we deploy all this great capital into innovation. And then the other thing then is making sure that actually our universities, where we've got world-class universities, how do we commercialize the technologies? Because again, they don't commercialize them. They put out on the internet, they're patented, and then basically the Chinese and the Americans then go and commercialize them. That's what I would say. I will say public-private, we don't need public-private for infrastructure. There's so much infrastructure capital in Europe just looking for opportunities. I'm not worried about. Where I'm worried about is the innovation, and that requires a lot of capital, and it requires you to do it quickly, and we're not good at it.
Gerard, I'm not worried because Mr. Dombrovskis will now explain us how this is going to be changed. Last word by you, Mr. Commissioner.
First of all, thank you for this discussion. I just want to come back to this basic premise that we are currently living in a rapidly changing world where both the geopolitical security situation and technological situation is changing very rapidly. So therefore, business as usual for the EU is not an option. We need to move bolder and faster, and this is something which in a sense, as a democracy of 27 member states, we need to have a determination to stay in this global race.
Thank you very much for your last words, and thank you very much for the participation on this panel. Thank you, and a big round of applause goes to you. And Leif Johan, thank you. Okay. Thank you very much. Mr. Dombrovskis, you just stay on stage. You just did a You're going to stay. We didn't tell you that you're going to stay the whole day on stage. Sorry. But we're so happy that we have a commissioner on stage. So you can't leave now, you know. So, okay. So please take. You want to have a coffee or something? No? Fine. Okay. It's going to be a long day, Mr. Dombrovskis. Huh? Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to introduce now 3 more guests on a somewhat more pointed topic. What is it about? It is also about an area of modern economic, there is the word again, resilience. But now it's about the influence, impact, and role of artificial intelligence. We touched upon this issue already, but we're going to focus a little bit more on that now. Another member of the BMW Foundation Energy Transition Expert Council, what a long word, by the way, is Sandrine Dixon de Clèves. She is recognized as one of the most influential women driving change in the low-carbon economy. There she is. As an ambassador for the Energy Transition Commission, ETC, she has been instrumental in promoting net zero roadmaps and sustainable finance strategies. She has also worked with major energy companies in the previous years. Her recent advisory roles with the European Commission focus on integrating AI into sustainable development strategies while addressing its environmental footprint. This aligns, I think, perfectly with the panel's emphasis on leveraging AI for economic resilience. Ladies and gentlemen, may I ask you for a big round of applause for Sandrine. Our next guest is Philipp Justus. He's a senior executive at a company called Google. For those of you who don't know where Google's headquarters is located, it's just some 2,000 miles northwest of the Gulf of America, formerly known as the Gulf of Mexico. So let's get serious now. At Google, Philipp is directly involved in the development of new AI technologies. His perspective is, I think, of particular interest because it offers critical insights into how private sector innovation shapes global AI competition and its implications for energy optimization and also security. Ladies and gentlemen, Philipp Justus. Where is he? As a key figure in shaping EU legislation on technology and research, Aura Salla, Finnish politician and member of the European Parliament, Aura is very deeply involved in regulating critical areas like AI while ensuring Europe's competitiveness. Her work aligns perfectly with the discussions on how policy can safeguard against risks while fostering innovation. Aura Salla's role in promoting safer AI practices and addressing cybersecurity challenges highlights her ability to address the broader geopolitical implications of technological advantages and advancements. Welcome on stage. Valdis, the EU aims to lead in AI governance. We have touched upon this before. And there was a great show in Paris about this topic just last week, or the beginning actually of this week. But, in capital letters, but, global competitors are scaling up AI developments at an unprecedented speed and pace. How, in your opinion, can Europe, how can you strike the right balance between, on the one hand, setting high regulatory standards, where we talk about this standards and regulation a lot, but on the other hand, also fostering an environment that attracts AI investment and doesn't shy it away and attracts innovation?
Indeed, that's where we need to find this right balance. Of course, we must recognize that AI is coming with great potential, with great opportunities, but also with great risks. And those risks need to be managed. So that's why we have this emphasis in our regulation on which we call human-centric artificial intelligence. So that's something which is obviously important to maintain as we go about with this development of AI. But it's also clear that it requires lots of innovation and lots of investment. And that's why one of the initiatives when Well, first of all, that's why we're recognizing AI as one of the critical technologies which we need to develop, and when we discuss initiatives like competitiveness fund, which we are setting up, when we discuss initiatives like important projects of common European interest and so on, AI is certainly part of this picture, and concretely we are now also working on rolling out at least 15 AI factories in EU and at least 3 AI gigafactories. So it also requires obviously lots of investment to keep up with this pace.
Philip, what's your perspective on the statement of Mr. Dombrovskis and on the notion of human-centric AI development in Google's perspective? What does it mean? Is there any difference?
So I think human-centered AI as a goal is just the right goal to have. AI is an incredible technology. It may be the most foundational technology shift that we're all experiencing in our lifetimes. In a way, AI is not just an innovation, it's an innovation in how we do innovation, because it can fuel so many other innovations as a consequence. So it's incredibly exciting, and it's also impactful. And of course, it needs some guardrails to make sure it goes into the right direction. I would say at the same time, the guardrails need to not slow us down in the development of AI. I would think about it this way. So imagine that you are a 400-meter runner running around a track, and you've just started the race. And you think it's a 400-meter race, and once around the track, you will be done. Well, with AI, actually, the goalpost is moving out further and further, because the race is not going to be done. It's going to be with us for years and years to come.
But isn't that true for any kind of innovation?
And the race is going to be faster and faster, because it's growing exponentially. One of the unique things about the AI revolution is the speed with which it is happening, right? We're talking about innovation cycle of months, not years. So I think that's unique, and that's something we need to embrace in Europe, that the speed is so high that we need to be fast. We cannot just sort of wait for things to unfold, but we need to adopt it fast.
Do you think that currently Europe is doing everything right from your perspective?
I think we have...
Or are there any things where you say, this could be better or that could be different from a Google perspective? And no worries, we're coming to the opposing view in a second.
I think everybody could do something better and more ambitiously
like
in
what?
AI. Let me start with what we're doing well. We have a lot of great research in AI in Europe. We have incredible research institutions, not only universities. We have Max Planck Institute. We have AI leadership in many ways. In fact, just last year, the Nobel Prize in Chemistry was awarded to 2 people working at Google, but here in Europe. So Demis Hassabis and John Jumper, 2 researchers in chemistry on AI. So there's a lot of groundbreaking research happening in the EU, in Europe. But I think the translation into products is worthy of acceleration. I think it needs to happen much faster, because the speed of deployment when you look at the US and China is faster. Companies are adopting AI at a more rapid pace. Innovation is happening a bit faster elsewhere. And we also see that the amount of investment going into AI is not the same. In fact, if you look at it on a per capita basis, the US invests more than 2 times as much in AI as we do in Europe. And so this is very much in line with the Draghi report that the commissioner mentioned. There is an innovation gap, there is an investment gap, and we have to address the two. We have to address the investment side. We have to then be faster in deployment into products. And we see, we don't necessarily have to be the first in the AI race, but we have to be the best in deployment.
Okay. Sandrine, I'm pretty sure you want to comment on that. And after that, Aura, who also already raised her hand. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, I'm not an AI expert.
Sorry, and maybe you can add to your comment also a question or an answer to a question, how the perception and how definition of human-centric AI from Mr. Dombrovskis might differ from what Philip just said.
I don't think that we can separate AI from human-centric AI. I would ask, what is the purpose of AI? What is the purpose of the economy? I mean, we are talking about modern economic resilience, and the greatest conflict we have today is that while we are shifting towards an AI economy, we have not undertaken a shift within our existing underbelly of the economy. We have an over-financialized economy, which goes straight into the hands of shareholders and does not actually service people, planet, or prosperity. If you look at our Earth for All index, we've seen that the well-being of people has gone down, social tension has gone up. And so my worry is that as we race towards AI, let alone human-centric AI, we forget about what AI is supposed to do. In the same way that we thought about the last industrial revolution, are we trying to enhance people's lives and livelihoods, or are we just trying to give more profit to the few? And let me bring in a very clear, inconvenient truth. Right now, the race towards AI is being developed and pushed by a bullying mentality coming from the United States. And we have to be very careful that as we get onto the speedboat towards AI, we don't lose sense or view of what it's actually for. So how do we both develop AI while we understand that actually, and this was part of the climate link that was brought up by Gerard, we know we're going to lose 1.5 degrees, Celsius, and we're already at 1.5 degrees. We're going to lose 3% of GDP. At 3 degrees, and we're moving towards a 3-degree trajectory, we're going to lose 10 to 15% of GDP. So if we want to create anti-fragility within our economy, what does that look like? It has to go beyond productivity, because we are so dependent on natural resources that we're increasingly losing. Our value chains are going to get increasingly disrupted, that if we don't take into consideration not only human-centric AI, but how AI figures within our broader economic system that's going to get continuously hit by climate impacts, environmental impacts, water impacts, etc., then I don't think we're going to make it. So my plea is, let's take a step back, let's take a breath. As we get onto the speedboat, let's look at these inconvenient truths, the blind spots within our systems, and think through what does this mean then in terms of not only an industrial revolution, but an economic revolution, which comes back to servicing people, planet, and prosperity, not just profits the wealthiest.
Aura, do you think that... go ahead. Do you think that moment of a pause will happen, or do you think this is overly optimistic?
Overly optimistic. I'm sorry, but 10 years ago, Putin said that who will win the race on AI will win the world, right? And we are definitely not winning, we are losing. Why I entered to the politics is that...
Humankind or Europe?
Europe, the EU, is that the EU is getting this completely wrong. 4 things. We don't have the single market here. The second thing, we are over-regulating this market. Third thing, we don't have risk capital, we don't have the capital markets union, and fourth thing, we don't have the talent. And I heard earlier that we are winning in robotics. No, we are not. It's South Korea, it's Singapore. So Europe is not leading on anything else than regulation, and we need to stop this. We have GDPR, Data Act, Data Governance Act, AI Act. On AI Act, yes, I completely agree that when you are talking about high risk, sure. But now with the code and practice on AI, and it's super confusing. You are literally asking from companies to report back to civil servants in Brussels every 6 months when they are developing their technology and services. I'm sorry, have you ever worked on private sector? It doesn't function like that. No one wants to report back to civil servants in Brussels who don't have the expertise and talent to understand that. We need innovation, but it doesn't happen like this. It's confusing, and also with these 300 pages on AI Act, not even the best lawyers can read it. How do you expect companies to do that? And then Commissioner Virkkunen is saying, don't worry, it's not about SMEs, they are excluded. No, they are not. The aim of a startup and SME is that it will be a scale-up and a big company. So, of course, you need to comply with the rules from the start if you want to scale up in Europe. And I just give you one example why we don't have this capital markets union we have been working on 15 years. When you, in your big speeches from the Commission, is that, oh, we all want to have it. But then you ask Prime Minister from Finland, Petteri Orpo, are you ready to harmonize taxation in the EU? Oh, no, 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 you don't touch taxation. Are you ready to harmonize insolvency law? No, 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 you don't touch our insolvency law. Are you ready to open up your pension funds for defense funding? Oh, no, 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 you don't touch our pension funds. come on, guys. How do you create the capital markets union? So it's a one thing of having these big speeches that we want to have innovation, we want to have financing and so on. And then when you ask the concrete questions, then it becomes a problem.
Thank you very much. Mr. Dombrovskis, I guess after the statement you don't need a coffee anymore, right? You still can have one, but first maybe, I mean, Aura addressed specifically the Commission. So I want to give you the opportunity to specifically answer to those.
Well, I think we're basically talking the same thing. Maybe I'm just expressing myself in less dramatic terms. But do we agree that we need to simplify our administrative burden? Yes. And that's exactly what we are dealing with, and that's exactly what I'm in charge in a commission to coordinate this overall work. And to simplify, obviously, we need also input from stakeholders, from companies, what is working, what is not working, how the cumulative effect of all our different legislations is interacting, how to simplify. And as already mentioning in previous panels, that one of the proposals for simplification is exactly the digital package. Well, the first omnibus will be putting forward will focus on sustainability reporting, but there are also many other areas. So, and there, in a sense, to pass the ball back to the court, I'm confident that as a European Commission, we will come out with substantial proposals on reduction of administrative burden. But what is important is that then it also passes the co-legislators, that then the European Council, Member States and European Parliament is acting swiftly and prioritizing those simplification proposals and hopefully not complicating them on the way.
Philip, I was just wondering whether you actually do think the same as Aura, but in your diplomatic Google approach, you're kind of dressing it up differently. Can you elaborate a little bit on that and be honest?
Look, I think, Aura, you made some very important points. There is a tendency towards regulation in the EU being very extensive and complicated. When I speak to my colleagues in our legal team, we often use our own AI tools to interpret all the regulations that we face, because it's really hard.
Say that again. You're using your own AI tools in order to understand European bureaucracy?
Absolutely, because they overlap, because you have different, both at the EU level they overlap, and then at the state level as well, where we have to actually make sense for what actually takes precedent. Is it this? Is it that? So it's complicated, and I would say it's not only complicated for a large company, it's also complicated for startups.
At least you don't have to pay for those tools.
So that's how you comply with the DMA, the Digital Markets Act, with the AI. I have to say about the Digital Markets Act, one thing is that, you know, Thierry Breton, our dear commissioner from the last term, he gave these big speeches again about digital champions in the EU that we want to see, right? But then when you grow to be big in the EU, then you are welcomed by the Commission services to explain your business model, and we might split you because you are too big for this market. So that's a little bit also like, I don't understand, do we actually want to have those big companies? So we have really targeted big tech last term and saying that we want to break big tech, but actually we are only hitting our own companies. So this term I'm asking from the Commission and also from the Parliament side that we focus on European companies and make sure that they can actually grow and scale at the global scale.
Sandrine, but sorry. Actually, we've interrupted Philip, so you want to finish your statement. And then
sorry, you asked for conversation, so you know.
No, absolutely, that is good. But you know, Philip wanted to be interrupted in order that he doesn't have to elaborate on that. But I don't want to get him out of the trap.
What would you like to know, Dominic?
Nothing. What would you like to say, my dear?
Look, I would say we need to speed up in AI, and with the topic being AI and resilience, AI is the most fundamental technology ahead of us. We have an investment gap, I spoke about that. We need more infrastructure in Europe for AI. That means both data centers, but it also means the applications that you build on top of that, and we need more of that. I think we do have the skills. I think we have an incredibly... So look, as Google, we have 30,000 people in Europe. So we love being in Europe, right? We are bullish on Europe. We think it's wonderful in terms of the people and the talent here, as well as the market. It could be easier to do business in Europe, and it should be. Well, to your point, we should make it easier for tech companies, whether they're large or small, and basically for any company. I get a lot of questions from German companies that say, we would like to try something with AI, but we don't know if it's in line with the AI Act. That's not a good thing. If a large German company says they cannot start on something because of this, then I think the people who profit are probably the consultants and the lawyers, but not actually the consumers. And we want it to be focused on consumers.
Sandrine,
Yeah, I want to come in on the consultants and the lawyers, because that's clearly who, in the omnibus, for example, if we look at the greatest issue around reporting, it's predominantly the fact that, yes, we have too much reporting, but it's the big five, it's the big accounting firms that are making the most money on the reporting.
Yeah.
If you talk to any company or investor who has to continuously report to our standards, which, by the way, are gold standards and should be maintained in order to enable us to meet our CO2 reduction targets and our net zero targets. But the fact is, we can simplify. We absolutely can, by reducing, by optimizing, by simplifying the way in which our standards work together. And we also need to look at international standards. But I want to come back to the twin transition, which is the goal of the European Union, which is to enable full digitalization as well as full decarbonization. And I think the key there is, will we continue to stay on track in terms of the decarbonization piece? Because I'm not sure we will if we only think about the digitalization piece. We know that the United States right now is chasing as many molecules and electrons as possible, even thinking of invading and calling its 51st state, Canada, so it can have cheap energy. The geopolitics are so intense. And that becomes the question. As the geopolitics become more intense, and as we hear exactly rightly what we're going to do at the European level in order to increase our defense budgets, in order to increase our digitalization budgets, in order to enable more digitalization, at the reduction, obviously, of some of our climate budgets, because the money's got to come from somewhere, and our aid budgets, which we've already seen go down because of our defense spending. Where then do we continue on that twin transition path? Will we truly enable that twin transition? And that's my question. I'm not saying we won't, but I'm saying then how do we do that? Where are the solutions so we can continue to find the money? Last point, start taxing where we need to tax. We've got windfall profits coming from the big oil and gas companies of 2.8 billion per day. Windfall profits that we do not tax while we have an increase in energy poverty. And if we don't do this right, with AI, we will have more energy poverty, and it's the consumer that's going to have to pay, which then creates more social tension and reduces well-being. So these are the inconvenient truths that we need to deal with.
And you asked some very specific questions. Who should answer those questions, especially the last one?
Those questions need to be answered not only by policy leaders, but also by business leaders. What are you in business to do? Are you in business only to make profit for yourself and your shareholders? Or are you in business to really be part of this human revolution? Because it's not just an industrial revolution. It's whether we're going to survive and thrive as we're faced with the greatest existential threat we've ever been faced with, which is climate change. That is the question. Who's going to step up to the plate? Right now, I don't see a lot of courage.
The purpose of a company is, according to Peter Drucker, the purpose of a company is to create a customer.
Well, I would say the purpose of a company is to see how your business does its business, not on the back of the citizen, but actually by truly looking at the way in which you can service the economy, and the economy can service people, planet, and prosperity. Right now, the purpose of the company, by the way, is no longer about the customer. It's about the shareholder.
Good point. Mr. Dombrovskis.
I probably will comment a bit this point on taxation, because indeed this is something we will need to deal with, because traditionally we had been taxing what's called factors of production, which have been traditionally interpreted as capital, land, or physical factors of production and labor, but we have increasingly digital factors of production, so this discussion of how it's going to be taxed will be very relevant. And there were already some first steps in this regard also with the OECD global deal on on global minimum taxation and also on fair allocation of taxing rights closer to where the actual economic activity of digital companies is taking place. Unfortunately, now with the US administration, they have signaled that they are not interested in this deal and even threatening those who are applying this deal. Which means that this conversation will probably, if it stays like this, if we will not have eventually this international OSCE deal, this conversation will move back to the EU level, because that is obviously an issue on both of those topics, on global minimum taxation and fair allocation of taxation rights.
We actually ran out of time, but due to the fact that you spiced up the discussion before in such an enormous way, you have the last word.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I just wanted to say that during this term, what I hope from Valdis Dombrovskis and myself is that the EU will enable, right? Because we are asking EU money, we are asking regulation, but this term, hold us accountable that we will actually enable and make these companies flourish in this continent. It requires data, for sure. It actually requires also cooperation between the US companies and EU companies, because we are lacking of data. So next year when we will see you, I hope that you will hold us accountable on that.
Thank you very much. There are some panels that are too short, too long. This one was too short.
Thank you so much.
Just stay on stage for one last joke. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
You will stay here forever.
Mr. Dombrovskis stays on the stage, of course. And for one specific last moment, I want to explicitly say thank you. Okay. Thank you very much. It was a pleasure having you here. Thank you very much to every other panelist. Big round of applause, please. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you again very much for a very lively and dynamic discussion. I now have the pleasure of announcing the next event on this stage here on the upper level, specifically a conversation between Elena Benaim and Matthew Kroenig. The title of the discussion is How to Navigate Global Competitiveness in the America First Era. In other words, the new American administration has been in office for just over a month now, or under a month. It has set off an avalanche of decrees, ordinances, threats, announcements. Some decisions have already been overturned by individual courts, while other measures and decisions have already taken effect, as we see, unfortunately. Above all, enormous... Thank you very much. Above all, enormous uncertainty, actually on a global scale, has come into effect. What does it mean, and how should we best deal with it? Please, ladies and gentlemen, give a warm welcome to Elena Benaim, Policy Manager at the Energy Resilience Leadership Group, ERLG, and she also happens to be a fellow with the Atlantic Council's Global Energy Center, and to Matthew Kroenig, Vice President and Senior Director of the Snowcroft Center for Strategy and Security at the Atlantic Council. Big round of applause for you guys.
Good morning, and thank you, Matthew, for being here with us today. As it was mentioned many times today and also yesterday, there are a lot of questions and uncertainties in Brussels when it comes to understanding the medium and long-term impacts of some of the announcements that the Trump administration made. In some ways, but also it seems like this administration had very clear the fact that it's strongly committed to an America First agenda. So what does America First mean when we look at the US domestic policies? Is it a cohesive strategy, and how is it different from the previous Trump administration?
Well, thank you very much, and it's a pleasure to be here in this beautiful space, and thank you all for coming. And first, just a word on my authority to talk on this topic. You know, Washington is a small town. I am a card-carrying Republican, so a lot of the people going into the new Trump administration are friends and colleagues. And it was rumored in Politico last night that one of our fellows is the front runner to be Assistant Secretary of State for Europe, so maybe somebody you'll all be dealing with much more. So what is America first? And I think it's a sense that over the past few decades, American foreign policy has been on autopilot. A lot of American engagement in the world hasn't tied back to direct American interest. And so as Secretary of State Marco Rubio put it when he looks at US policies, he wants to ask, in every case, how does this affect the average American? How does this make them more secure? How does this make them more prosperous? And so I think we've seen that philosophy already in place in the past few weeks. So another administration, when they look at the international security environment, they might look at the war in Ukraine or China as the biggest challenge. Mike Waltz, the National Security Advisor, has said the border is the top challenge. And if you look at public opinion polling, Americans are more worried about border security than they are about Ukraine. Second, foreign aid. There's been this pause on foreign aid, possibly shutting down or significantly reorganizing USAID. And I think it was the same philosophy, looking at some of the programs, sponsoring, say, drag shows in Guatemala and other things. Wait, how does this affect the average person? Is this how they want their dollars spent? Or could they benefit by having it spent in some other way? So I think it's pretty straightforward. Again, America first. How does this affect the American people, and is it improving their lives?
Yeah, so you mentioned foreign policy now. Since 1944, the US and the European allies have played a fundamental role in shaping the international rule-based framework from institutions like the United Nations, NATO, the WTO, agreements on non-proliferation and bilateral treaties. This system has been central for global stability. Can this system, which you also in previous interview described as the most consistent and successful grand strategy in international history, can this system be coherent with an America First agenda? Can they coexist? And if the US is not as involved as it has been, what does this mean for the effectiveness of this system that we have had in place?
I think I'd make a few points to that. One, I think that the terminology rules-based international system, you'll probably hear less from the Trump administration. That doesn't mean that a lot of their policies are not consistent with that. I think staying in NATO, which I suspect they'll do, is consistent with a rules-based system. But often in Washington, when you get changes of administrations, they like to also change the terminology to show that they're different. The Biden administration talked a lot about the rules-based system, so I suspect we'll hear about it less under Trump. The next thing I'd say, I think there's a view, especially with President Trump himself, that the United States has borne too much of the burden of international leadership over the past few decades. To use his terms, that the United States is getting ripped off. And so I think there is a desire for other countries to step up and play more of a role. And so when it comes to Europe, alliance burden sharing within NATO has been a clear theme there. When it comes to Ukraine, what more can the Europeans do to help? When it comes to trade, is this really fair and reciprocal trade, or can we get a better deal for the American people? So I think that'll be a theme. And then finally, the press sometimes reports that they're isolationist and that they're skeptical of international agreements. And I think that's not fair. I think if you look at the first term, it was a very internationally engaged policy, meetings with Kim Jong-un and use of military force in the Middle East. So I don't think it was isolationist. And when you look at their approach to institutions, I think it's a pragmatic one. So I think there are times where they look at agreements like the Climate Paris Accord and say, no, we don't think this is in our interest, we're getting out. But in other cases where they are interested in agreements, so nuclear non-proliferation treaty, for example, remained in place. The first Trump administration renegotiated and negotiated new agreements. And Trump has expressed an interest in new agreements, including peace agreements with Ukraine, a new Iranian nuclear deal. So I think it's more of a pragmatic approach, and again, tying it back to, not agreements for their own sake, but does this benefit the American people?
But do you think that this also means that these bodies need to be adapted? Like, what does it mean if the United States is not as involved? Is this a good moment for other countries to push for a adaptation of these bodies? Can they, or could they exist even if the United States has a different approach within those institutions?
Well, I think it's, even apart from the Trump administration, I think it makes sense to relook a lot of these institutions. It's not 1945 anymore. It's not 1989 anymore. We are at an inflection point in history, as the prior president, Joe Biden, has said. And so if we were designing the rules-based system from scratch right now, it would probably look very different. What are the new institutions we would set up? And so I think it does make sense to revitalize and adapt the system for a new era. And so in the cases where the Trump administration pulls out of agreements, but the Europeans still see value to them, like Paris, I do think it makes sense for other like-minded countries to continue those. And I think the Trump administration applying an America First principle would understand, okay, if Europeans think this is good for Europeans, they're obviously going to continue to pursue those arrangements.
Last question. The EU and the US obviously historically been allies despite periods of tension, and you've served in previous administrations, so I'm sure you've witnessed firsthand the fluctuation. But I think it's fair to say that we've been marked by strong interdependence, shared interest, and also common values. Do you believe that the nature of the relation is changing? We've heard many times the word transactional when it comes to EU-US. So is it fair to say that a transactional relationship is maybe coming into place, replacing one based on values?
Well, I think an important point I would make here is that the Trump administration and the America First movement isn't a unified movement. I think it is a pretty broad coalition that includes some traditional kind of internationalist Reaganite Republicans, and maybe you'd put Marco Rubio, Secretary of State, in that camp. I think others more in the Make America Great Again movement, maybe more skeptical of U.S. engagement. And I think President Trump has purposely built something of a team of rivals where you have these different views and they'll argue it out and he'll decide in the end. So I do think there are some who've been appointed who do see transatlantic relations, the shared values as important. And I think there are others who, take America First kind of literally, that, okay, there's America and there are a bunch of other countries, allies and adversaries, or developed and developing world, these other categories. Foreign policy experts might apply. They might apply less. Okay, Europe, Canada, they're all kind of the same. And so I think that will be an area of difference in the new administration.
Maybe last point, how would you recommend for Europeans, whether it's businesses, civil society, policymakers that are sitting down with the US administration, what is a good way to communicate with them, to do strategy with them? Should the European approach change in some ways compared to what, the approach has been so far?
Yeah, I think I'd have two pieces of advice to Europeans. One, where Trump and the Trump administration is right about something, I'd say point that out. And so, for example, allied burden sharing, the idea that NATO allies need to spend more, was kind of controversial when Trump first started talking about it in 2016. Now, after Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine, I think there is agreement that European allies need to do more. So saying, thanks for that, you're right, we do need to do more, and we have plans to do that. Second, I think maybe making a case about how the European Union can help the United States and help the Trump administration advance their goals. And the big one that comes to mind is China. I think many in the Trump administration do see China as the big long-term threat to the United States. I think some maybe think about too narrowly about the military threat, but if you think about the comprehensive challenge, there's an economic dimension, there's a technological dimension, and the United States can't do it on its own if it's going to compete with China in the economic space and the technological space. It's going to need Europe. I think we're going to need a unified approach. And so I think making that case, that we're going to help you with your China challenge, and really you can't deal with China without the European Union.
So just to close up, can we compete in a healthy and strategic way and cooperate at the same time?
Yes.
Thank you so much, Matthew. This has been a pleasure. Please, everyone, a round of applause for Matthew Coring.
Thank you so much for this conversation. And I think these thoughts, we're going to take these thoughts into our coffee break, ladies and gentlemen. Now we have a 30-minute break, so get your coffee, get your cup of coffee, and then I would love to see you again for our next conversation when we talk about mineral supply chains amidst geopolitical tensions. In about 30 minutes, at 11:30, we continue our conversation. Again, a warm welcome. It's beautiful to have you here in the pavilion. Warm welcome to all of you. Thanks for joining here, the BMW Foundation Herbert Quandt. All right, I see you back in 30 minutes. Welcome back, everybody. Yes, grab your cup of coffee, of course. Welcome again here at the BMW Foundation Herbert Quandt Pavilion. And as I mentioned before, we are diving now in our next session in cooperation with the German Development Corporation, IRENA. It is, of course, a very hot topic when we talk about lithium, cobalt, and rare earth elements, because the global transition and the energy transition that we are tackling here on our conversations on stage, these transitions to sustainable energy systems, they are accelerating this demand for critical minerals that I've just mentioned. And these resources, they are very essential for technologies that we all use, electric vehicles, renewable energy infrastructure, and of course, energy storage. And that means, of course, that we have to debate and dive into the question how to strengthen systems and how do we tackle vulnerabilities in global supply chains. What are the challenges, some of the supply chains, the challenges of the supply chains in the ecosystem when it comes to geopolitical competition and economic shifts, and also, of course, resource nationalism? How can these challenges be addressed, and what's needed for the muscle of resilience, for that need of a future-proof mineral supply chain? And with that, I welcome you all to our next panel. Thank you very much for your attention. Now, I think the coffee machine, fortunately, is closed now, but you are very welcome to bring your cup with you and to join us here in front of the stage. Well, from mines to markets, this is the title now of our next session, the mineral supply chains amidst geopolitical competition and economic transition. It is a very hot topic of these days here during the Munich Security Conference. And before I welcome our guests here on stage, we start with an opening keynote. She's serving as the Commissioner for Environment, Water, Resilience and Competitive Circular Economy since last December. The European Commission. Prior to her current role, she was Sweden's Minister for European Union Affairs and Nordic Cooperation. So please shower her with a big round of applause. Jessica Roswell.
Thank you. Now, dear Katie, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for the invitation, and also thank you for the nice introduction. I've been in this for like 60 days now, so I'm absolutely new, but I've been in politics for a very long time. And it's a timely moment now to share my views on how the race for resources will shape Europe's security and resilience in the years to come. We all know that we live in very unpredictable times. I was a teenager and a young adult in the 90s, and while the world was certainly not peaceful and perfect at that point, many of my generation had the feeling that things were taking a clear turn into a better world. We had the fall of the Berlin Wall, the end of the Cold War, and it was a time of new beginnings. Obviously, times are different now. Tensions are rising across the globe. Our international trade model, which was based on the conviction that multilateralism is a force for good, where everyone in the end is better off, can no longer be taken for granted. We are increasingly in a world where might is right and where trade is seen as a zero-sum game, where one person's win must be someone else's loss. We are competing against each other for precious resources, first come, first served, for access to energy, for access to minerals, for access to water. And at the same time, we are racing against the clock to develop new competitive advantages and decarbonize our economies. Global competition was probably never as fierce and harsh as it is today. And the front and center in all of this is the use of natural resources. According to the International Resource Panel, the extraction and processing of minerals is responsible to nearly 20% of our greenhouse gas emissions. As we are fueling our economic growth, the world's hunger for resources is growing. the use of material resources is projected to roughly double by 2060. Of course, part of this is because countries are developing, and this is a good thing. But it also means that the pressure on our collective global pool of resources is getting a bit bigger and bigger. And this is not only a concern from an environmental perspective, it also fuels geopolitical conflicts. It poses threats to our collective security. It undermines the foundation of our prosperity. No one stands from gain from a war of resources. So let us look at solutions. The EU has always relied on open markets and stayed open ourselves. It is in our DNA. Together with our single market, the openness has been a major economic player, and it has allowed us to develop diverse and resilient supply chains and strong alliances with international partners. Just one example. In 2023, the EU imported critical raw materials worth some 46 billion euros. However, recent events such as Russia's war against Ukraine and the pandemic before that have opened our eyes to the risk of depending too much on others, for energy in particular, but not only. It has also reminded us of the risk of too highly concentrated supply chains. We all know that we are 100% dependent on China for imports of rare earths, but we are also highly dependent on other countries. 82% of EU supply of niobium used, for example, high-grade steel, come from Brazil. 78% of our lithium supplies are imported from Chile. So diversifying our supplies is a must for the EU. And I see two main ways of doing things. First, by remaining open and looking for new partnership. President von der Leyen was very clear in her speech in Davos. The EU is ready to negotiate new strategic partnership with reliable partners. We welcome new opportunities for sustainable trade and investment agreements, balanced agreements that benefits both sides, sustainable agreements that create local value and respect human rights and the rights of indigenous people. That is why I believe that the Mercosur agreement is so important. And the EU has also recently concluded a trade agreement with Mexico. Such partnerships not only benefit our economies, they also contribute to the goal and targets that we must achieve as a global community together. More than ever, like-minded countries need to team up, also for the sake of our climate and our environment. To make the Paris Agreement work and the global biodiversity framework a reality on the ground, just to mention two examples. The other way of diversifying our supply chains is by using what's already in our system in a more efficient way as long as possible. Everything on our planet is circular. The water cycle is circular, oxygen production is circular. That's how you create almost infinite supply. You make sure that what you used are returned to the system so that you can use it again. It's actually that simple. I am convinced that we need to make the same approach to our economic models and our industrial production. We need to ensure that valuable materials remain in the circulation and are being reused and recycled instead of being landfilled or incinerated. We need to use waste as a resource and close the loop. The circular economy in EU is around 12%, and the trend is stagnating, and that is a concern. Less than 1% of critical raw materials we use comes from recycling. For European industry, moving towards a circular economy is their best way to stay resilient and competitive on the international market. The reports from Mr. Mario Drago and Mr. Enrico Letta was very clear on that point. Circularity will significantly reduce input cost from both materials and energy. But for this to happen, we need to provide the right framework conditions, and unfortunately, secondary raw materials are often much more expensive than virgin materials, and we don't always have the technology to ensure the same quality. And that is not sustainable. We must fix this with smart policy choices and the right incentives. This is going to be central in my action as a European Commissioner for a competitive circular economy. Following the adoption of the Competitiveness Compass in January, the Commission's work plan for the next 5 years, we are now working also intensively on the Clean Industrial Deal. And the idea is to make EU competitive and show that we are open for business. We are also working with key sectors as the European automotive industry. Our president launched a strategic dialogue with the sector last month, and I myself had the opportunity to discuss with the industry's representatives earlier this week. Here, one of the most critical near and mid-term challenges is transition to clean mobility. I believe that this transition the circularity is an opportunity for the sector to develop new markets and to innovate and to help lowering the dependencies of fossil fuels. We need to make sure that we have the enabling framework to make this happen. We need to build the business case for circularity and get the economics right. So, ladies and gentlemen, let me conclude by highlighting that EU's security and prosperity depends on how well we play the resource game. Our ability to become circular and our access to raw materials will define our potential for economic growth and competitiveness. It will define our relations with third countries. It will even influence the dynamics between EU countries. This is the case for critical and strategic materials needed for the renewables, digital and defense technologies. But this is also the case for basic materials like water, steel, biomaterials, plastic and cement. These are just as essential for our companies. I strongly believe that we can unleash innovation, increase competitiveness and strengthen economic security by seizing benefits of circular economy, and at the same time stay open to our allies and partners. And to end on a positive note, despite our challenges, I am optimistic that we can get circularity right. We have the tools to make it happen. And I will look forward to working with all of you to achieve this in Europe and across the world. Thank you.
Well, absolutely. Thank you for also taking the time to be in our panel. Thank you for these first words. May I also welcome my other panelists here on stage, Comfort Aero, Andrew Forrest, and Roland Rösch to join me here on stage. Hi, lovely to see you all. Thank you so much again for making time. I do a quick introduction round, so we all know, of course, who you are, although all the experts here in the room probably know who you are. Nevertheless, Laila Ben Ali was also mentioned in the program, the Minister of Energy Transition in Morocco. She is excused, sorry, she had a different appointment coming up, but this is just the nature of MSC, moving target, so to say. But nevertheless, we have Jessica Rosewell here in our panel, thank you. Comfort Aero is with us, to my left. The CEO of the International Crisis Group. As the CEO, she's leading efforts to prevent and resolve deadly conflicts worldwide. She has an extensive experience in conflict prevention, management and resolution. Thank you, Comfort.
Thank you very much for inviting me.
To my right-hand side, and yes, thank you, Andrew Forrest, Executive Chairman of Fortescue Metals in Australia. Fortescue Metals Group is an Australian iron ore company. And Andrew Forrest has been instrumental when it comes to the company's growth, but also to diversification. He's also a very prominent philanthropist focusing on different initiatives when it comes to supporting indigenous communities, modern slavery, fighting modern slavery, and environmental conservation. So Andrew Forrest, wonderful to have you here on the panel. Thank you. All the way coming from Australia. A little bit closer joining us geographically is Roland Rösch, the Deputy Director of Innovation and Technology Center of the International Renewable Energy Agency, ARENA. Roland leads the efforts to promote renewable energy innovation and technology worldwide, so bringing in also the scientific perspective. You've been here already the previous day when we talked about hydrogen. So again, thank you for bringing in your perspective also on this panel. When we talk about the global mineral supply chains, and Andrew, I would love to start with you, because we are living in these times that we are living in, a very multipolar world order with very increased tensions, geopolitical tensions, turmoils. When it comes to conflicts around mineral supply chains, we often look, of course, to the sub-Saharan African continent and context. Maybe from your perspective, coming from Australia, what do you see? What has or what will be changing when it comes to the global mineral supply chains? What are you getting prepared for?
Okay, thank you. Straight off the cuff, I'd say critical minerals are in abundant supply if the market is prepared to adjust. There's huge amounts of cobalt, copper, etc., which are just sitting below economic for large mining companies. I know if the price rises, then they will become common. And so I don't see them as that critical. I just see them as market-driven, and this is from a global mining company. What interests me a lot more is the quality of the critical minerals. Here in Europe, you got pressure on the Corporate Responsibility Directive. If that gets rolled back, then you may as well hand your future across to those countries who A, don't care about human rights, and B, don't care about the environment. So I'd just say for Europe and for the vulnerable of the world, keep the Corporate Responsibility Directive. If anything, strengthen it. Second, I want to bring in my old friends at the London Metal Exchange. They're really happy. I'm happy to be on record. They're really happy to look the other way on, say, nickel, which is produced by destroying rainforests, by destroying marine ecosystems, by destroying the livelihoods of villagers who live up and down those coastlines, because of they're victims of mass destruction caused by mining and processing, which we're just going to ignore, happens to decimate communities and decimate nature. So the LME needs to actually say, yes, here's the price of nickel or cobalt, and here's the price for nickel and cobalt, which is from environmentally responsible and human rights responsible destinations. Buyers need to have that choice. BMW needs to insist on it. Car companies across the world, Tesla, my old friend Elon, needs to insist on it so that when we're talking a big game about looking after the environment, looking after people, that means also the critical minerals.
Do you call him now and then to tell him that more often?
Yeah, we had a chat about solar panels the other day. I mean, he actually thinks like I do, that oil and gas is going to be for people who are kin in history to burning sticks and logs. It's just the most basic extension from chopping down wood to burning tar to digging up some oil to where we are now. It's just burning whatever's around. It's just going back in the ages of logs and sticks, but it's still logs and sticks. And solar and renewables is the only way to go. The technology is advancing.
We're diving into the journey of your company towards hydrogen in a second round, because there's a lot happening in Gladstone in the northeast of Australia and beautiful Queensland. So we're coming back to that in a second. I'd like to come to you, Comfort, because when we talk about increasing geopolitical tensions, of course there are echoes and effects when it comes then to global mineral supply chains. What developments and what threats do you see from your perspective? Because you have a lot of numbers and facts and figures every day on your desk.
Yeah.
Maybe you can give us a little bit of a content setting from your daily work.
Yeah.
How these times are changing.
Yeah, I wanted to pick up on the fact that you have a friend in Elon, and there's a sense in which there's a contradiction between that friendship and what you've just said about what Europe should cling on to, the corporate responsibility, because there's also the reality of the message coming from the other side, which is deregulation, less of that kind of structure, less concern for those kind of regulatory frameworks that Europe has often been credited for. So I'm just curious to know how that lined up in the context of the friendship as well. And you don't have to.
No, I mean,
go ahead.
I mean, like friends of yours, I'm sure you don't always agree.
Yeah. But I was just curious because it's a good message to give to Europe at a time that Europe is also being challenged about its approach as well. And how does that work? I mean, look, I think the three things that are intersecting today and which Andrew talked about is we are talking at a time when the norms themselves that would often serve as guardrails for managing resource competition are themselves going through severe strain. We're also seeing more competition for conflict minerals as well, and we're seeing this real push for energy transition, and not all the countries that you'd want to be, that can accompany you, have the capacity to deal with that. And yet they're also the ones that you're going to rely on for conflict minerals. And at the same time, we're coming up into a world where there's always been a sense of transactionalism. It's become, it's increased in a way where the competition, deregulation, and in places where you're seeing increased conflicts. So you mentioned that Crisis Group works in deadly violent conflict. What binds a number of the conflict countries that we work in is that they're also countries that are rich in resources and mineral resources. One of them is the Great Lakes region, is the DRC. There is competition for copper, there's competition for cobalt, and a lot of the technologies that we all use, I have it here, relies increasingly on those resources coming from a country that is at the center of quite seismic conflict at the same time. So how do you manage that reality? You see the lithium triangle in Latin America with Chile, Argentina, and Bolivia. How do you begin to manage the domestic realities in that country increase alongside the increasing demand for companies that need those resources? I mean, how do you also manage that in other places, like in the Red Sea region, also in other places like Asia? So it's that competition you're also asking for human rights, managing those human rights conditions, protecting vulnerable communities, making sure that you manage illicit flows across various frontiers, and yet the norms are being disrupted. There's increasing transactionalism, and there's a demand for more energy transitions. These things collide in a very dramatic way.
Thank you.
That's really powerful.
Roland, coming in and zooming out a little bit, of course, because we now set the scene, and when we see all these conflicts around competition and the rare minerals, when it comes to our big topic here in the Pavilion, the global energy transition, how and to what extent are these conflicts, of course, stopping and minimizing our journey of a global energy transition?
No, thank you very much for the question, and thank you to be invited here on behalf of the International Renewable Energy Agency, a governmental organization with 170 countries. Of course, for IRENA, we strongly believe, let's say, that worldwide trade of clean technologies and critical materials is very important, but also a certain level of competition between countries and companies in terms of creating a diversification of the supply chains. And I think by Commissioner Roswell, she already mentioned very important aspects. So in the first place, we don't see that there are boundaries through critical materials, through the mining. It can be at the beginning, let's say in the next 5 years, when the energy transition is taking exponentially off, that there may be shortcomings of critical materials, which has something to do with that you need about 5 years to set up a mine, no? But then what it plays an important role is innovation. And let's say innovation means to use less critical materials, to use and diversify into different critical materials, and also the aspects that have been mentioned on circularity play an important role. And I will give you some examples here. Irina just launched a report on batteries and battery technologies, and there it is very clear, let's say, that lithium and cobalt are coming short, no? And let's say cobalt is very concentrated in a few countries, mainly in Uganda, and the refining mainly happens in China. And basically to have a technology, and with the lithium iron phosphate batteries, we have batteries that do need cobalt, that do not need nickel, and that need little amounts of lithium. And these batteries, the share were 2% 5-6 years ago. It's now over 50%. And this is an innovation that basically helps to push in the right direction, to diversify the supply chains and make sure we come out of shortcomings in technology.
Andrew, give me a second, because before,
Be great.
but keep your thought, please, with us. Because when it comes to innovation and creating innovation, we always talk, of course, we also need the ecosystem that these innovation and these innovative solutions can actually thrive, that they have water to grow, as I always metaphor with a flower, you know. Is the European Union the right ecosystem for such innovations that come then in a right way back and forth, also towards partnerships, what Comfort mentioned earlier? Just a brief perspective, and then Andrew, it's back to you.
Well, yes and no. Yes, that I think there are very many good examples of good innovations that we have within the EU. But on the other hand, as a little short mention, the competitiveness compass that the Commission has decided on. One of the things that we say that we focus on, a little bit of a shortage for EU as we speak, is the gap of innovations. Of course, we need to also to work more on our own homepage to see how we can accelerate this. So yes and no, I would say. But for us, it's very clear what our targets is, and the Paris Agreement. We need to reach this. It's a renewable energy, so we need to move faster on this. That's why we put a lot of effort also in both regulations and innovation, and enabling more innovations also to scale up. And here is a lot of ideas that we need to be better on, but also in an international perspective. So yes and no.
Andrew, coming back to you now, talking about innovation. I mean, more innovation means maybe less mining, which is not really in your vision, right? From a company's perspective, right? How do you deal with that contradictory?
Yeah, well, apart from the fact that's 100% incorrect.
Okay, correct me.
Only 100%. I am really wanting A, critical minerals, B, buyers, BMW, all of Europe, to be really responsible about their buying, and C, look, every fossil fuel company in the world, plus their hundreds of millions of bots, which alongside Russia, they've sprayed out across the world population saying, look, now's not the time to be considering anything else but fossil fuel, you know, now's not the time for change. War in Europe, war in the Middle East. And it's just spooked people to say, oh, look, we've got to stick with fossil fuel. That drives up the demand for batteries, because the only way to go then is solar and wind and batteries. What it was aimed to do was cut off the development and demand of hydrogen.
Explain.
Yeah, the whole strategy of that, which was hopelessly successful, we all fell for it, was to basically scare people off hydrogen. Hydrogen, as you know, doesn't need all the critical minerals, doesn't need all the transgressions into human rights, does not need all the transgressions of the environment. You can make out of sun and wind and water as much as you like, baby. People say, well, what about the water? I know that question comes from a fossil fuel company, because I can tell you, even grade 3 physics is going to tell you, and chem are going to tell you that the water mass of the world doesn't run out. I mean, it is what it is. You can convert it to this or that, but it stays the same. What hydrogen does is just convert more of it to fresh water. And people say, well, it's way too expensive. We've got to believe all these artificial bots pretending to be humans. That's just not true. The development of hydrogen in technology terms is here. The development of fossil fuel is here. It's maxed out 25 years ago. There's no new developments. And all I can say is I'm watching the cost of hydrogen from producers like us collapse. And I'm watching the rest of the world listen to these bots sprayed out by fossil fuel and other fossil fuel economies, really trying to push the world back off demanding hydrogen as a fuel by their governments. The EU's a cracker, Germany's another. I mean, they were really strong on it. I'm hoping you will still be very, very strong on it because the cost of hydrogen is whistling down. Technology is changing. And the cost of harvesting solar energy is also whistling down. And people say, well, that just means you're going to China. No,
but coming back, of course, to your journey and of FDM, when it comes to changing into green hydrogen in Gladstone and Queensland, do you think these developments and also these pushing forward towards hydrogen as you do it, will it help to calm the geopolitical tensions in the supply chains?
Yeah.
Will it help somehow to...
Yeah, it takes the strain off critical minerals. It takes the strain off politics. What I love most about it, it makes energy democratic. You're not relying on Russia or Venezuela or Nigeria or North America or whoever's in the White House. You can make it here. I mean, there's just so many opportunities to make hydrogen in Europe.
I'd like to hear your perspective.
I'm not going to challenge. No, I'm not going to challenge. I mean, I was trying to see where Andrew was going to conclude, but I do agree with you. The question is whether you can build that consensus that and the pressure from the outside that may force some European countries to take a different approach. I agree 100% with you. I think there is a pressure right now as we speak on Europe to maintain some important safeguards and some important regulations and some of the rules of the games that you've articulated. So I don't think we should be sort of blind to the headwind that's coming onto Europe's shores. And it's not a united house. And I think you both know that quite well, that pull and push is pretty real for Europe right now as well. So, but I 100% agree with you as well.
When it comes to ESG criteria, do you also feel that push towards European players?
No, I think it's very important. So as I said, as IRENA, we're interested to diversify the supply chains, and it's very clear that the emerging markets want to play a role in the supply chain for critical minerals, but also for clean tech. And let's say we have to follow certain criteria if we globally trade these technologies, no? And I think we as IRENA, we just did a report with the World Trade Organization, and we clearly see it is very important to make sure that we have environmental, social, and governance criteria. Looking for the environment into, let's say, have these technologies been done with energy efficiency? They have a climate change strategy aspect? What is the greenhouse gas emission reduction? What is the carbon footprint? What is the environment footprint of this? But also the social aspects are super important, no? So we have to see that these things have been produced with fair wages and pay, with workplace safety, with employee benefits, and also with robust labor protection laws. And then the third aspect is related to governance. You have to make sure that there is risk management methods, that there is ethical practices, and that there is also transparency in accounting and also in corporate governance, which is key if we trade those technologies. Yeah. Otherwise, we do distort things if these not are equally certified products in terms of these criteria.
So can I sort of be the...
Where would you disagree?
Can I be the contrarian on the panel and say that I hear what you're saying, but we're slightly living in a different world. What you're demanding requires a lot of cooperation, and where a number of countries are walking away for some important principles and some treaties, and some of the multilateral platforms. So I agree with you, but how do you begin to ensure that we continue with that? I'll give you a perfect example. I only mention it because I see one of them in the audience. There was a summit held in Paris this week on
AI.
Justin, you were there. I mean, just getting people to agree, and when some of the vital states that are crucial to these decide not to sign up to those governance architectures, that begins to unravel much of what you are calling for. And also, if the domestic realities don't line up with a lot of those treaties and guidelines and protocols, I wonder whether the conversation needs to go back home and to make sure that all society understands what the benefits are of these governance structures as well. Otherwise, it becomes a dialogue of the deaf, or we're talking across one another as well.
May I briefly respond?
Yeah.
Yes, of course. IRENA is interested in these fair ESG criteria that make the energy transition more sustainable. IRENA provides a platform, a collaborative platform where we discuss these things together with WTO. And we have also an initiative which is called Diversification of Solar Supply Chains. And there are countries that are partners of this, they take action not to allow in their countries that technologies get sold that are not fulfilling certain level of criteria of what I just explained.
Yeah.
So it is starting, it is not where it should be, I strongly agree, but we try to improve things.
Andrew, because I know you have to leave in about 3 to 4 minutes, but I felt that you had a deep breath in our conversation here. So again, when we talk about partnerships coming together, collaboration, you know all these buzzwords as well. Where is the responsibility of the private sector and the finance industry again to also raise the capital, to create and shape, and also not just creating, but also design it purposefully with impact? Where do you see the private industry coming in? Private sector.
Look, one of my biggest regrets about having to leave early is that I'm not going to hear enough from the EU.
Exactly.
Because I'm really keen to hear from the EU. But all I can say is if you do not look after environment, if you do not look after human rights, if you don't go hard after hydrogen, which replaces the need for all these batteries, because you're basically storing renewable water and renewable electricity in hydrogen, then my dear friend, comfort is going to have a truckload more work because it winds its way down to massive conflicts amongst the most vulnerable communities as they get exploited by others. And then the International Crisis Group is desperately needed. The International Crisis Group has already got its hands completely full. So I just want to say to buyers across the world of critical minerals, A, insist on human rights and environment because that'll be better for your markets and better for your customers. And B, anyone who walks away from hydrogen as a fuel of the future, which will ramp down the demand for critical minerals, which is a good thing, it just has no vision. It doesn't understand what technology does. It doesn't understand that the world's gone on from burning sticks and logs to actually new forms of energy which are purely sustainable. So my serious message here is environment, human rights, and hydrogen.
The great advocate for Crisis Group.
Yeah, I love the Crisis Group. I wish you weren't so busy, and I don't want the mining industry to make you busier.
Thank you. Andrew Forrest, I think you have to, you have to leave. A round of applause to Andrew Forrest. Thank you so much for making the time, Twiggy. See you in Down Under.
I can give you my card.
Thanks, Andrew.
Thank you.
Thank you. See you. Yes.
Roland, but you stay, right? Or do you have an appointment? No? Okay.
I stay.
Anyone else with appointments?
Kannst du versuchen, die Karte zu kriegen?
Coming back to you. I still have time, Dominic, no? Right? Okay. It's moving targets here at the MSC. Would you like to come over? Yeah, sure. Let's come together. Absolutely. When it comes again to partnerships, and I'd like to come back to very hot topics, so to say, because of course, raw materials, critical minerals, how can we avoid that they're gonna be a chip of bargaining in any regard? Also, from a strong European policy perspective.
Yeah, right.
How do we need to stand up that it's not a chip of bargaining?
No. That little bit what I tried to explain also in my first remark. I think one thing that we need to, one thing is not only energy transition we're going through a lot of transitions as we speak. So that is why the demand is growing, and also why we need to talk more about circularity. But when this demand is growing, I of course also see fears when it comes to not only conflicts but also more use of sanctions, more uses of tariffs and so forth. So of course this is, and what is the answer? Yes, the answer is very clear from the EU that we will stick to, I know it sounds maybe naive, I agree with you of course, but we have to stick to the rules and have to stick on trade agreements. And I mentioned Mercosur for one example, which I think is it's the way forward. It was in the 90s when I was brought up. Well, I'm older than that, but when I was young and I started to think a little bit, and I think this is the way. I don't see any other way. I mean, of course, I am really worried in one way of things, but I think that is the way forward. And also in close cooperation with us partners who are reliable, we know where we want to go, but we need to stick to the targets. And here also, you talked about the techniques and the innovation that we are. I think that is something that it's a win-win, but we need to have the people on board in that sense, of course. So that is a challenge, but it's not impossible. It is possible. So agreements.
Comfort, can I come in with you? Because agreements, we come back to the topic of partnership and the world of just partnership. And there's a quote that friends of Kenya always tell me, when elephants fight, it's the grass that suffers.
Yes, exactly.
So how do we avoid the suffering of the grass?
Well, as you were talking, I was thinking about one place where Europe really has an opportunity to begin to help sort of reverse the current situation. A region where you need the critical minerals. Which is the Great Lakes as well. And, you know, there is one level of the analysis, which is for the sake of one's national security, you intervene in a part of the country, but we also know it's a part of the country where there are critical minerals, where vital mining is taking place, vital critical minerals that Europe also needs as well. So how do you begin to restrain the behavior of one of the actors that is literally intervened into another country? But then also, how do you make sure the other side, so let me be specific, Rwanda's own intervention into Eastern Congo, ostensibly because it sees it as a national security interest, but we also know that it's interested in the raw minerals there. But also on the other side, Europe needs those critical minerals, but you're also challenged by a questionable government in Kinshasa as well. So how do you manage that relationship and ensure that what you need, i.e. those critical minerals, do not get lost in that effort to deal with conflict resolution there as well? The other big debate for Europe is the reality that how do you begin to underwrite the amount of money that needs to be spent to ensure the sovereignty of Ukraine. We talk about the security guarantees of Ukraine. An offer of 5 billion has been put on the table to help Ukraine in terms of getting access to weapons in return for lithium as well. That's another challenge. That's another geopolitical reality. So everywhere we look, the guardrails, the frameworks, the agreements that you put in place are being challenged by those day-to-day geopolitical realities as well. So I mean, I agree with you. I think we are on the same page as you. We recognize the regulations that you've put in place, but there is that reality on the ground that what you need often is in contradiction to what is actually taking place on the ground, and how much of your values and principles clash with those realities on the ground as well.
From what I hear, it's not good time for partnerships. It's an important
No,
time
no, no.
for
It's an
partnerships,
important
but
time for
it's
partnerships.
not an easy time.
It's not an easy. It's never been easy. I think it's gotten harder, partly because the traditional partners that you would often rely on themselves are rewriting the rules of the game. Partly because it's more transactional. Partly because the demands are increasing. Partly also because what you call emerging markets, some would call middle powers, no longer subscribe to those rules of the games because they see it doesn't work for them. But because they see an increase in transactionalism of even Europe as well, because Europe sometimes says it's not transactional, but it is transactional, because they see that they don't no longer work for them, and they don't trust those institutions, they don't trust those treaties, because they can see that you can tear those treaties and protocols and agreements up at any time, because they don't suit your national interest. So you can't hold those countries to the same principles if you're not prepared to hold on to them yourselves as well. That is the real challenge, but that is not to say that partnerships aren't important. They are important. It's about making sure you protect them, you preserve them, while we work out the more difficult conversations that need to be had. That's all I'm saying. I would never challenge the partnerships as well.
Thank you for pointing it out. I love these conversations, as always, time is pretty scarce here. But before we have Ingrid Gabriele Hoven from the GIZ here in a moment, I'd like to have a last round here, because sometimes we tend to always debate within our silos, right? So I ask all of you, who's missing in our conversation? Who should we invite next time when we talk about such hot topics, in a sense, when it comes to geopolitical tensions, but also creating the energy transition? Who is sometimes missing on stages or in the decision-making tables in future that we need to invite, that we need to collaborate more with to create the partnerships of the future? Because we've always needed partnerships, but the design has maybe shifted. So Roland, I start with you, and then we do a little round the table.
No, what we clearly see at IRENA, this energy transition is basically taking place globally in 8 countries, including the European Union. And I think the energy transition has to become much broader. That means the involvement of the emerging markets, let's say Brazil, Argentina, Mexico, you name them, Indonesia, and also the developing countries. Let's say if you look in the energy transition, only 2% of the global investments into the energy transition went into Africa. And I think that's a very important point, that we create the possibility also for the least developed countries, for small island development stage, to be part of this transition, have their contribution. They have critical materials, they have young and skilled people, and let's say this is an important part to broaden up. So representation from emerging markets and developing countries, and to bring in their perspective is a key important thing.
Thank you. Also looking ahead, can I start with the EU Commissioner? Sorry. Looking ahead, who's missing in our conversation? Who would you like to have next time on stage or on the next debate?
Yeah. Of course, you should have everybody. I mean, because if this partnership's going to be successful, everybody needs to be on board. I mean, it's the policymakers, it's the businesses, it's the academic, and it's of course the people and the labor who's actually also doing this. So that is a really good.
It's not an easy one.
No. It will probably full of people here, and I'm only representing the EU, and we have 27 member states. And I mean, so maybe I think. That we all need to have much more discussion with, not only in this kind of setup, but also like me, I have to also have a much more stakeholder discussion. And sometimes, the first thought I was the young people, of course, because I'm but of course they are also on board on this. So I don't have a really particular good answer actually, but I think that we need to have broader discussion also with those who are maybe, what do you say, driving the conflicts, which is not of course easy to take them to the table, but it doesn't. We need also to have that, to have this successful partnership, as you say. But we cannot continue to be naive, but we still cannot not believe in the future on this.
Comfort, which voices would you invite next time?
Look, already the way Munich is set up, it allows for sort of community of actors to come to the table, and the BMW yourself, what you're doing here, already bring in different cast of characters to sit at the table. I've never been on a panel with Irina, so that's already an indication. So the key for me is not necessarily that this is a wrong setup. The question is, what happens to the conversation once it's finished, and how does it go back to the local communities? For me, this is where it matters, because there are societies, there are people, the stakeholders that you're referring to. So you always need these international conversations, and these kind of summits allow that, but it's what happens after that is important, so that it doesn't end up being a dialogue just between this group of people, but it trickles down to where it matters as well.
Walk the talk, right? That's what we always say. Thank you.
Yeah.
Please stay with us on this panel, because now I have the honor of welcoming Ingrid Gabriela Hoven here. Yes, we're going to have, I think, a little pult coming along. Please welcome her. Thank you to the panel. Thank you. Ingrid, Thank you to all of you. Please stay with us. Yeah, we have another 2 minutes, so I'm German, so I stay in time, don't worry. Ingrid Gabriela Hoven is with us, the Managing Director at the Deutsche Gesellschaft für internationale Zusammenarbeit. And of course, it comes then to international cooperation. We already talked about partnerships and how to design the just partnerships. Maybe from your point, what are the biggest leverage points, and where can GIZ make an impact and really design change and impact?
Thank you, Kati, for this wonderful question. Let me start by saying that I think this is very important that this hot topic is being discussed at the Munich Security Conference, because when you look at the number, and the Commissioner had laid them out, actually, we are in the race to the bottom. If you see what the decarbonization is going to request in terms of minerals in general and critical minerals specifically. But additionally, the increase in defense spending is going to put an additional pressure to this whole sector. And I'm not surprised that we counted 10 side events throughout the 3 days that is actually dealing with raw materials, value chains, and how to make this business fairer, cleaner, and more sustainable. And I'm happy, and GIZ in general, we organized 3 of them with different partners, because what we need is really a strong partnership. So what can we actually do in this specific sector? So what we learn in partnership that we implement for the German government or for the European Commission is that nowadays those countries that have access to those materials tell us, look, we don't want to follow the traditional export model, where we simply deliver the raw materials, but we have no additional value created in country. We need jobs for our young generation. We want to have an income, and we want to conduct the business in a sustainable way so that some income is generated in the regions, in countries that are actually the owner of those raw materials. So, and this is, so they want to have a win-win situation. And this is easier said than done. But for instance, in Chile, we are working with the private sector, so not only to improve the environmental and social standards of the lithium production and extraction, but we also try to create dialogue platforms to bring in foreign investors in different sectors, not necessarily in mining, but in order, those sectors that may actually add to the value chain, so that a little bit more of the value is maintained in country. Additionally, and this has been said by Comfort, so if you want really to make sure that if we go now into a more transactional world, how do we make sure there is sufficient transparency and inclusiveness, so that the gains of the extraction actually is distributed in a fair manner? And I think if this is actually the new world, we have to strengthen institutions that can provide this certainty to populations, and additionally can advise governments. For instance, in Africa, we are implementing a project where governments can
can receive advice on those contracts that they do with mining industries or other buyers of raw materials so that they get a fair price. But that's not the end, because we're always playing that additionally a multi-stakeholder dialogue is being implemented so that the private sector, society can sit at the table and can monitor what's going to happen with the income that we generate by selling our own raw materials. So there can be, so we have certain levers.
Yeah, exactly. What is the priority in that, in your regard? Because you mentioned institutions, we mentioned partnerships, we mentioned coming in with the private sector. What would you say, what should we, take as a top priority away from looking ahead?
Perhaps three points. I think what has been said, and I would fully support this, we have to be strong that we create a level playing field on SDGs, and that we don't actually go back and simply go into a race for the contracts that we need in order to secure, even if we have raw materials, even if we have a big pressure on diversification. We should do this, especially as Europeans, in a fair way, where we really create win-win situations for those partner countries, and it's doable. My main worry is, if I look at the numbers and the increase in demand for raw materials, I think we are running out of time. And the investments that I see in building up those partnerships, in supporting regional institutions, groups like the International Crisis Group, in order to strengthen in partner countries the type of institutional network and foundations that are needed to avoid the worst, that this is not commensurate with the challenges that we are going to face, and these are increasing. So I think we have to speed up a bit of action.
Wonderful. Thank you for your insights. Ingrid Gabriela Hoven, thank you. Also to Jessica Roosevelt, Comfort Aero, and Roland Rösch. And thank you to all of you for this beautiful conversation.
Thank you very much to the panelists for moderating this panel titled From Mines to Markets. What a good panel title, actually. It's a good headline. Ladies and gentlemen, Katie and I, we now have to announce a special intellectual highlight of this Saturday, lunch break. Time to recharge, time for conversation, for networking. Before you leave in about an hour, so sharply at 1:30, please let us meet back here. We'll then discuss on this stage another aspect of the so-called technology openness, namely the question of whether the state is the better entrepreneur. And if the American guests ask themselves, what? You're right. Thank you very much. Enjoy your lunch.
Absolutely. Thank you. Sorry, I switched it off because, sorry to the tech team behind the scenes. No stress, it was my mistake, it's all on me. Again, thank you for coming. I know there's a little bit of change of an audience, but nevertheless, thank you so much for making the time again here and for joining us at the BMW Foundation Herbert Quandt Pavilion. When we talk about our next topic, powering the future when it comes to PPPs, public-private philanthropic partnerships. When we're looking back where the philanthropy is coming from as a concept, we have to look back quite some ages, right? Quite some centuries. It has its roots in ancient Greece, and it's synonymous with the involvement of private initiatives, often by individuals, for the wider public good. And coming from that root and from this core value, there was, of course, or there is a development that we can see, because each era of a philanthropic endeavor has addressed the issues of the time, be it the support for soldiers returning from war, be it child poverty, anti-slavery, or healthcare. And of course, now in these times that we are living in, and that's where I'm coming in now, from our challenges of today when it comes to climate change and the energy transition that poses challenges to us in times of humanity, and of course, which requests the activity of many, that's now where we are coming in. And this has given the rise to the concept of what we call public-private philanthropic partnerships, short PPPs. So this is just to set the scene for a minute before I open up the floor for my next panelists. And this is also where the title of the next session is coming from, powering and empowering the future with PPPs for energy security. And of course, we talk about collaboration as it is a core word in our pavilion here, because of course, energy transition requires an unprecedented level of collaboration, and we need to strengthen that muscle. How do we do that? We're going to discuss that, but also, of course, we would like to debate about the strategies, but also with your questions later on, because you're all experts in the field. So I'm looking forward, and the microphones are ready for you. All right. What is the role of each sector when it comes to PPPs, public, private, but also philanthropic in these partnerships? And for that, I welcome on stage my guests, Jean-Christophe Lalou, Ndidi Okonkwo-Noleli, John Straczynski, and Lawrence Tubiana. Please join me on stage. John, here we go. Yes, hi. We haven't said hello yet, so Jean, I would love to meet you. Lovely to meet you. Thank you so much.
Hello.
Lovely to meet you. Just wanted to say quickly hello because it was such a... Hey, John. Nice to see you again.
Are you handing out money?
Yes, you. Okay. I'd like to introduce you quickly before we start into our different shapes and levels and layers of conversation, if you allow. Jean-Christophe Lalou is with us, the Director General of the European Investment Bank. You're the head of lending and advisory operations within the European Union and the European Free Trade Association. So, merci for making the time.
Pleasure.
Merci bien. And we have Ndidi Okonkwo-Noleli with us. I'm so sorry. I tried to correct it. I hope I made it correct. Ndidi, nice to have you. Thank you so much for making time and for coming to the pavilion. You're the president and the CEO of the One campaign at the Board of Trustees at the Rockefeller Foundation and the Young Global Leaders of the World Economic Forum, but you also received national honor by the Nigerian government, and so much more to talk about. You're not only a founder, but also an author and a mentor, and we are so privileged to have you here. Thanks again. We have John Straczynski with us. John, you're the Vice Chairman and Managing Director at PIMCO, PIMCO, an investment firm. You are advising clients across public, private, and philanthropic sectors, including governments, pension funds, corporations, sovereign wealth funds, family offices, and foundations. And on the other hand, you are the founder and chairman of the Genesis Foundation, which is focused on partnerships with arts organizations. John, thank you again for being here. We had the pleasure already yesterday to debate, and now we are back on stage together. Thank you, John. And last but not least, thank you also for being here. We have Laurence Toubiana with us. You're the CEO of the European Climate Foundation, short ECF. And ECF focuses on Europe's industrial transformation, shifting the financial system, the fossil-free energy, clean transport solutions in Europe and the world. You're also a professor at Sciences Po in Paris, and looking a little bit back to COP21. A few years back, Laurence was France's climate change ambassador and special representative for COP21, and a key architect when it comes to the famous Paris Agreement in 2015. Thank you. A round of applause to the guests here, please. Okay, let's start right in, because I think I have set the scene a little bit where the power of philanthropy was coming from, but in these new times and in these geopolitical turmoils that we are living in, and combining the role and the aim of PPPs in times of energy transition, what role do PPP play in accelerating the energy transition? Just from the top of your head, a little around the table, and then we dive into the layers. So I'd like to start with you.
Thank you, and thank you for the invitation. I think the first element, of course, would come from philanthropy now in this time, is just to remind us that climate change is not disappearing. It disappeared from the political agenda, but unfortunately, it doesn't let us in peace. And I think that's the role of philanthropy, one, to remind us of the global public good problems. This is a very important one, and that energy transition is the best solution ever, because at the same time for access to energy for everybody, but to clean energy as well. And there are really good examples where philanthropy has, in a way, brings the public sector, brings the private capital to really look at clean energy transition as a good business to do, in particular in developing countries, but I will develop that later on.
Thank you. Monsieur Lalou, coming on the top of your head, what is a priority when it comes to PPPs and in fostering the energy transition?
So the thing I would say is I've been running the frontline team, the banking teams of EIB for 10 years now. And frankly, reflecting on your question, I would say that this role, the role of PPPs, is definitely totally understated and underdeveloped. Over the course of my tenure, my teams have lent about 500 billion euros. It's not a small amount. And of that, I would say that probably less than 0.1% went to this form of partnership. And there are a few examples. What was really interesting about your panel is that I can definitely start feeling traction into this form of partnership, which I think needs to be developed a lot. And the reason why is that we all understand, and especially us, public institutions and public banks, that we need to do more with hopefully as much as we had, but probably less. And so we need to unite forces, and we need to combine our means better. And in particular, the world of philanthropies with the banking world, the world of financiers, tend to be on their own tracks. Quite successful, each and every one of them.
Same goal or different goals as well?
No, they are generally, I'm absolutely struck. I mean, I went to Copenhagen to meet the Novo Foundation about 6 months ago. I was totally struck by the fact that we share completely the same values in terms of investment. But we've actually never done anything together purposefully on that. Each of us are very successful in what it is that we do, but we actually work on parallel tracks. And so at some point, indeed, the question is, how do we bring these tracks together? Because from the few examples we have seen, when we actually manage to do things that we would not be able to do on our own, and definitely not as well. And I have 1 or 2 exampps that I can share.
Beautiful.
With you.
We are thrilled to have you, and we're going to dive into your examples in the second or third round. Yes. Coming to Didi, what is coming to your mind? What is the power of PPPs when it comes to our big topic, the energy transition here in the Pavilion?
Thank you so much for the invitation. It's really an honor and privilege to be here. Because I come from a social enterprise and innovation model, this has actually been my reality.
you can't do anything around systems change without having philanthropy come in with catalytic and patient capital, the political will to create the enabling environment, and the large-scale engagement of the private sector and the public sector. And through my work in food systems, transformation in West Africa, we've definitely used this model. And more recently, through the work of the Rockefeller Foundation, Raj's vision is really around big bets. And if you want systems change, philanthropic capital brings that patient catalytic capital to the energy transition. And we've been really excited about the engagement with things like GEAP, the Global Energy Alliance for People and Planet, which is rooted in this model, and most recently Mission 300, which I can talk more about. Energy access, energy transitions cannot occur if you don't have political will, you don't have the philanthropic capital that allows for the innovation, the testing, the technology, the data that makes the business case, and then the role of the private sector to really scale it sustainably. And I think that's really the model of the future. So I'm excited to delve into these examples and also talk about what we do with the One campaign to really advocate for these type of long-term partnerships that put the most vulnerable at the center of the design from inception.
Thank you. John, coming to your perspective on PPPs, why is it something that we need to talk about?
It's a very, well, let's just start with Thomas Edison. Thomas Edison started his whole mindset, which is something that Elon Musk has cottoned onto, which is innovation, entrepreneurialism is sort of 1% inspiration and 99% perspiration. And we're living in an age where the really important philanthropy, and first of all, I don't like to use the word philanthropy because when I talk to people who are very young, and when I go into classrooms of people who are 15 and 16 and 20, 25, they look at me and they say, philanthropy is a 19th century word. What does it mean? It's not about us. We have nothing to do with that. So I actually don't like the word philanthropy. I have a personal vendetta against a lot of these big foundations. I know it's one of them sitting to my right, because they become so institutionalized that they basically don't allow for entrepreneurial philanthropy or entrepreneurial charity, or what I call creating a generous society. And I think generous societies come from the ability to nurture children at a very young age in volunteerism and service, but also it comes from understanding that public-private partnerships come when you have one individual, not necessarily an institution, who has an idea. It might be the individual at the institution, but it might be someone who's entirely independent of the institution. There are an extraordinary number of large foundations that are very good at partnerships, and I think the most successful ones, if you carefully look at the big foundations, some of them are built so that they have so much bricks and mortar and people internally. They have people who know more and more about less and less until they know all there is to know about nothing. And those institutions are far too fat and they're lethargic and they don't move fast enough given the state of the world, particularly when you're talking about energy. Mm-hmm. Institutions that embrace partnerships, and I pick a good one. Bloomberg Philanthropies is extremely astute. Everything they do, whether it's in the arts, in climate, or in a whole range of things on education, in the urban environment or rural environment, it's all partnership driven. So we can talk more and more about this, but I think you've got to really remember this is all about leadership at a very focused level, and big institutions often lack leadership. No one wants to take a big risk in a big institution.
John, when it comes to calling it or finding new words, because you said you don't like the word philanthropy, how would you call it? What is a word that we can learn from you? Because language has a lot to do with perspective, narrative, ideas, inspiration. How do you call it when you talk about it?
I think it's about developing common ground with common sense for the common good, and therefore creating a generous society. Again, I've had so many meetings with young people where the word philanthropy, and everyone thinks philanthropy is about money. Philanthropy is actually not about money. Philanthropy is really good. Philanthropy is about mobilizing talent or ties in terms of partnerships or a whole series of things. It's not, money's in the toolbox. But good philanthropy does not start with money. Good philanthropy starts with activism. And when you actually ask young people, or even going, into some business school classes, if I go to, some of the Harvard, Stanford, some places where I teach, if you ask people of philanthropy, their eyes glaze over and they look at you and they say, oh, philanthropy, that's about someone who has a lot of money. Or you ask them about the difference between philanthropy and charity. They have a hard time understanding that. There's a big difference. But what they really is, if I ask them, what are they angry about? Or do they see themselves as an activist? Then you galvanize them. Because the word activism, although it has a negative connotation because it seemed like you're going to be destructive, the word disruptor is another word that's negative. But good, giving for the common good requires a certain amount of anger.
Thank you for your perspective. And Didi, and of course, come in wherever you agree or disagree. It's a conversation, not an interrogation
so
here.
I completely agree with John. John, I run the One Campaign. For those who don't know the One Campaign, we're a global advocacy organization which fights for equity and justice. And at One, we believe that where you're born should not determine whether you live. And so we always have young people who are galvanizing across Europe and across the world who use their voice to advocate. So I really believe in the power of time and talent as the foundation of any change in society. And we've seen that repeated through the generations. At One, we also believe that we can use our voice to change policy and to fight for those who are the most vulnerable. And that's where this energy access issue also comes in, because it's fundamental to economic growth. We fight for the investments to ensure economic growth and healthier lives in Africa. And our vision is that Africa is an equal player. And I came on the stage with some dollar bills, $100 bills. We're talking about philanthropy, but it was actually my amazing team at the One Campaign that has launched this campaign, basically saying that every dollar spent on activities that spur economic growth and political stability can avert spending of up to $103 on future conflicts. And the data that we have shows that as a world, we spent about 191 trillion on conflicts in 2023. And if we averted this in our lifetime, then we can reduce the cost. And energy access and energy efficiency reduces conflict. There's a direct correlation, because when people can invest in businesses, can live thriving lives, can have access to energy for their hospitals and their schools, then they are better engaged for more useful activity, and we see a decrease in conflict. So definitely, I'm inviting you to use your voice and join our campaign, because we believe in the power of data and information as the fundamental component of any systems change work.
Thank you.
And you've got one of my heroes on the front page.
Yes, you have my dollar bills, all of you.
Ben Franklin, who's
I have more for the rest of you.
disruptors. Fabulous disruptor.
Elmos, why would you like to come in when we talk again about the design of a successful PPP?
I love this.
What is a priority from your perspective? Not just how we talk about it and who we engage with and how we get the involvement of everyone in it, but how do we design it from a framework and policy perspective?
First, just to mention that activism is a very positive word, because in front of all these problems we are facing, if we are not acting, what are we doing? We are just waiting what? So that's a value, I think, a shared value.
Good.
And it should be a fair value for the public sector as well as the private sector. We should all be activists. I think the experience I've been through with the European Climate Foundation, we tried different things. I think my first experience was trying to build a fund together with the public agencies for energy transition in Africa, BlackRock, and a number of philanthropy, mainly a European and US one. It was not an easy design, because of course, there was of course a temptation of everyone not to take any risk. and to let the other one take the risk, and in particular between the public and the private sector. So that was a good experience. Then we went to understand that the role of philanthropy in this partnership is probably to bring a lot of information, data, and analysis that, in particular, to the clean electrification of many systems, you can do it. It's not impossible. And the conception in many of the public sector was, oh, it's too difficult, we cannot put so much renewable in the grid, for example, or decentralized electricity is not a good thing for many reasons. So this element of changing the mindset is, for me, the first element
But
of
who
the
needs to get
partnership.
changed? Again, who do we need to talk to?
So, for example, we built a big program around what we call Renew 2030, which is 20 countries working with philanthropy to facilitate the legal framework. So that was the first thing. Do we have the legal framework to integrate this renewable energy? And then what is the policy you should stop, in particular the fossil fuel subsidies in the country? And so that's the type of thing, changing the mindset, working on the institutions, that I think philanthropy can have the flexibility to advise and propose. Then again, maybe making the private sector understand they have to take the risk as a private capital should. And again, that is not only the public sector to take the private cost and just get the private benefit for the other side. So meaning this balance of interest, I think that's the role of philanthropy as well.
Jean-Christophe, when we talk about flexibility, I would love to talk about the flexibility of the European Investment Bank when it comes to PPPs. And with your engineering background and, of course, the financial expertise, how do we bridge then finance and innovation in a very flexible, future-proof way forward?
I wish I had the specific answer to your very specific question. I would write a book about it and probably make quite a bit of money on it. Look, my experience has been that, especially when we talk about climate innovation, climate finance and innovation, so when you talk about things that are inherently risky, that entail a market risk or a technology risk, the way these things are best brought forward is by allocating the risk where it is best borne. So the way to do this, and the most successful outcomes we've had, is to combine public money, especially government money or EU budget money, if you wish, for us. I mean, I oversee the business of the bank that is active in the European Union. It is also slightly different than development finance. But so allocating part of the risk to the EU budgets, then stacking up different layers of risks by actors that are bearing generally a larger volume but a lower level of individual risk when financing. So let me give you an example. We have partnered, and this is one of the very notable examples, we have partnered with the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation and their Breakthrough Energy initiative. And we have created what is called the Catalyst Initiative around climate finance to help innovative companies coming with decarbonized solutions to bring their product or technology to the market in an environment where they sell at a higher price than the incumbent fossil fuel solution. So, to give you an example, high heat for the manufacturing industry. Generally, this is produced by gas-fired power plants that are there to produce high heat. You can replace this with a solution consisting of renewable energy, renewable electricity that heats up bricks. In this case, I will take the illustration of a company called Rondo, which we have financed recently through this initiative. And these bricks are storing this energy, at high temperature, and restituting it during the times when the renewable energy is not produced because there is no sun or there is no wind. Now, this is a more expensive solution, and there is what Bill Gates has called the green premium.
What do we learn from that example when it comes to PPPs?
So, why am I taking a bit of time to explain this to you is because we have there managed to combine philanthropic money, government money, and lending money from in this case, from the European Investment Bank. We have invested equity in this company through a traditional equity fund, but we have combined it with grant money. That grant money is coming from both a philanthropic organization and from the budget of the European Union. And on top of that, we stacked it up with debt. The grant money is there to make sure that they can sell at a cost which is equivalent to the fossil fuel-based solution. And this is where the combination between the three sources and the three approaches is powerful, because none of them individually can actually bring this technology to the market at a cost acceptable for the clients.
What do we do now in times when the public money is melting? Because the funds are scarce, public money is, I see it with the example of USAID, so public money is not easily accessible anymore in these times. So what is now, from that perspective, happening now? Because there's a lag, there's a gap. John, and also come in here. Yeah.
I don't think there is enough happening. Personally, I think we need to combine better and we need to leverage, meaning we need to learn to use these systems where we, instead of giving the public money as grants, we put this into instruments that absorb the losses together with philanthropies that generally come on top of it as a second loss, if you wish.
Yeah.
And that you leverage many times by leaning on public institutions and on private investors in turn. So all of them actually leverage one another, and then ultimately with €1 of public money, you make many, many more euros of investments. That's the way to do it.
And we probably need a change in the system, because when you look at all the multilateral development banks, for example, for climate finance is a main source, like EIB, but many others, and you see that the leverage is still very weak. The percentage of, and sometimes is 20 cents for $1 invested. So that's not, in times of scarce public resources, we cannot continue like this. But that, a reform of the system that has begun, but that's taking more risk on the EIB, on the balance sheet, and for all the other institutions to do that. And it's really a change of mindset. It's not doing the thing directly, it's really the partnership element. But of course, then it's a balance of risk, and that's what you were explaining.
John, when it comes to filling the gap, especially when it also comes what I mentioned, the lacking public money right now, how do we fill the gap, John and then Didi?
Well, that's a very, that's a very general question. I think, I almost think we all should refuse to answer that question, because it depends on the country, the culture, and the specific business opportunity. Because real public-private partnerships are win-wins or win-wins, win-win-wins or win-win-win-wins, and they have to be constructed in a way. I can think of a couple of interesting initiatives that are going on right now in Spain, in the Extremadura, and other parts of Poland, where it's very focused, maybe not specifically on energy, but it's about job creation. So I think whenever you look at these partnerships, you've got to really, I think sometimes when you're starting this whole discussion about partnerships and looking for them, people often patronize. They assume government has money. They assume foundations have money. They assume banks have money. And yet they don't realize there's secondary and tertiary objectives like job creation or education or training. So I think if you really want to come into a better understanding, the funds will be there in a government framework if you actually can create a multifaceted purpose or intention. And that's really what I'm saying. job creation is still a very powerful thing. Now, in a lot of industries, job creation is less and less because things are becoming very efficient. On the other hand, there are other aspects of that in terms of economic impact or economic regeneration. In a lot of cases, you've got across Europe or across parts of the global south, rural regeneration or urban regeneration. In using those two objectives, you know, it's very funny. I've raised a lot of money from big foundations where, and you know this at the Rockefeller Foundation, you might start off saying, this isn't really an energy project. This is a project which is relating to job creation. And if you put this particular project here, it's actually going to have a multifaceted impact on a whole country or a community. And therefore, it's going to benefit other people. And then you can maybe bring in another partner who will see something. You know, no two partners look at the same project through the same lens. And if you really are clever with the project, you can actually address or check many boxes.
Just to build on that, using a practical example, Mission 300 was just recently launched by a consortium of partners, and I think it reinforces both John's points and Jean-Christophe, where we recognize that there's an energy deficit on the African continent. 600 million people don't have access to energy that's affordable and accessible. So the World Bank came together with African Development Bank saying we already have the IDA 21 funds, $100 billion. Can we leverage some of that money? And then Rockefeller came in with the convening power and the instruments, and together they're saying, can we solve energy poverty for 300 million people? Now, they got African governments, at least 30 African governments, to sign compacts to say, this is our part. We'll create the policy environment. We'll commit to supporting the infrastructure. We'll commit to buying components of this energy when it is released. And the private sector also has a role to play. Now, it was just launched. Let's watch and see. But what we believe is that, number one, you need the political will. You need the financiers ready to put forward capital. You need the de-risking instruments. You need to be creative about the offtake. And then you need to subsidize in the short term until the markets can pay. But the return on investment is there. To John's point, it's education, it's healthcare, it's the economies that are going to be revived because they have affordable energy access. And when we measure that impact, we often just look at one lens. We need to look at it holistically. But it brings me to the point that Laurence shared, which is we have to change our mindsets about investing in this sector. And we have to use an ecosystem lens to really quantify the impact. At the One campaign, we've taken on the cost of capital to Africa as a big campaign issue because South Africa is hosting the G20. There continues to be a risk premium placed on investment in Africa, which is unacceptable. It's tied to bias. That's a big part of it, and we want to partner with many of you on this stage to actually address it, because otherwise, these PPPs don't go very far.
That's very true. There is Laura and John, yes, an overvaluation of the risk in many. In Africa is really a good example where the sort of the assessment is risky everywhere, which is not true. Yeah. And again, interesting example in this discussion with BlackRock versus other investment companies that were going to Africa. They asked for a premium of risks that, of course, a public agency should take, where other investment were doing that without any subsidy to do it. So this is a perception. And look at Brazil, for example, even big emerging countries. They are borrowing now at prices that you say, no, it's impossible to have a profitable investment with these costs. So India, of course, is a very good example. So there is a mismatch between the reality on the ground, the reality of what you could do a reasonable profit in a reasonable country, and the price that are now paid because of this risk premium. And that, I think, a big, of course, it is basically the dollarization of the economy, that's for sure. But still, I think there is a mismatch we have to really, and that's why public sector actors can moderate this appreciation.
John, you wanted to comment on that, right? Or did I?
No, I was
and then
I was leapfrogging after your comment because I think these projects. It's not about debt. It's about taking a long-term equity interest in something where you have to see yourself. You know, I have several foundations myself. I have the Genesis Foundation. I also have the Arise Foundation, which is it's in 90 countries. It's 1.5 million religious sisters. We basically focus on modern slavery and trafficking. But whenever we do anything, we make a 3 to 5 year commitment of people and money. And it's hard because you really see a lot of people. They want your money and they want you to disappear. But unfortunately, real partnerships require sort of you lock arms. It's like a good or bad marriage or something you're trying to figure out. Of course, you never know. And unless you're on the pillow at 2 a.m, you don't know about the marriage, as I say. But the reality is you need to look at this as a 3, 4, 5 year commitment as an equity stakeholder where both sides are equally responsible. So it's a mindset where you're both responsible for change. And it's not just, well, because a lot of corporations are a bit naughty in that they do things because they have an ESG criteria, or they say, well, they're giving X money to A, B, and C, or they have sustainability products, and they want to be able to say their products. But that actually is not going to affect permanent change. And that's what philanthropy is about, permanent change. Charity is about a Band-Aid, which ultimately comes off when it's not dealt with. And that's the fundamental difference.
I'd like to open the floor to the audience because we have so many experts here in the room. If you have any questions, we have microphones here. I think you are all experts in your field. Do I see any questions from, or you're all smashed and astonished by okay, so give me a hand sign. I'd like to come back to one keyword, the perception and the perception of risk. And I'd like to come back to Jean-Christophe to that because it's changing, right? How do we deal with this perception of risk in a time that is so tense when it comes to geopolitical risks? What would be your wish, and where do you work currently on that your perception of risk is changing towards a rightly designed PPPP?
First of all, to say that I concur with Madame Tubiana. There is, from our perspective at least, a misperception of risk, definitely in certain parts of the world, and I concur indeed, in particular on the sub-Saharan African economy, where no investor will touch anything unless you have a double-digit return expectation. And when you actually look at it, and when we look at our own statistics, we see that things are way less risky and do not require such a risk premium. So how do you deal with it? And very modestly from our own perspective, what we are trying to do is to disclose our experience with taking these risks and build databases that we can share, and we share that also with other public institutions. And we've started a program a few years ago together with the World Bank, IMF and others to actually gather real live default risks on these economies so that we actually try to disseminate this information and convince the investors community that there is misperception about the risk. Now, this all said, the climate risk in particular is one that concerns us at the moment. And it has to be said that at the moment we haven't found yet the magical bullet onto how to bring in these climate risks factors into our investment decisions. And we're working hard to do this.
How do you work on that? What are thoughts and questions that are keeping you awake at night?
Well, you have to really wonder both about the physical risk, the market risks, how these are going to evolve on the very long term. And the very long term is not one that the financial world is always comfortable with, because the financial world is reminded is very much on the short term. So you've got to figure it out a way to bring it into your risk assessment. But it's also you've got to. But it's not only to protect your money. It's also about where you put your money to work, in the sense that the cost of carbon and the shadow cost of not acting must be brought into your investment decisions. So how do you factor in the price of CO2 in the future? How do you make sure that you integrate it into your investment decisions so that you don't find stranded assets in the future? These are all things on which we are very actively working. And on which I have to say, at the moment, we have our own internal models going on, and we are seeing indeed an effect in terms of computing the economic profitability of individual investments, and potentially sometimes abandoning certain technologies and favoring others.
That shows that there is still an enormous market failure vis-à-vis climate change.
Yes.
And remember this famous conference of Mark Carney in 2015, or the tragedy of the horizons. It's still the case today, and even more when people are focusing now something very different. And it has changed, of course, in the last 2 years, unfortunately. So I would say in this very difficult geopolitical context, I think, and I don't know if you agree, I think Europe has to make much more friends. And the friends should be, together we have a good trade and investment partnership, and there is a profound interest for European economies to have really good neighbors, or good, whether they are in Latin America, in Africa, or elsewhere. And we have to redefine our relation because of this very tense geopolitical risk. So that's one. And second, I think because we are energy poor country, Europe as a continent, we have to find these resources as well elsewhere. And I think the clean transition could be a powerful paradigm to work with others now, and that in particular with Africa. So, but mixing the geopolitics with this anyway, this tragedy of the horizon that we still don't factor in, even if they are today. How much GDP points India has suffered because of climate change this year? And it was, even in Europe, we saw, this is happening now, just the amount of the cost of the extreme weather events in 2024 in US is several billion of dollars. So, but the market doesn't want to recognize that for many reasons, mostly, in my view, short-term and ideology, where reality is unfortunately there. So I think Europe has to really see the reality differently.
John, yeah, come in here. Where you agree, disagree, or do you have an add-on first? John, you.
Well, financial institutions today are starting to. We use, and I've gone through this with my Getty hat on. We use artificial intelligence now on a lot of modeling as it relates to floodplains, wind, earthquakes, and everything. As for example, I mean, the best example I can give you is, everyone said, well, why did the Getty manage to avoid any problems with the fires? Well, we knew, because of the modeling, we knew that when you have 4 years of rain and 1 year of drought, and then you could simulate what happened with the trees. And then we knew, with all the different simulations of the global wind, what would happen. So you can have, it's not perfect, but you still have tools now with artificial intelligence to simulate different types of characteristics that give you guidance. It doesn't tell you the answer, but it gives you judgment on how to make risk decisions. I mean, we look at a lot of banks now use this simulation to try to make decisions on climate change and mortgages, because we can look carefully at. We have an ability to simulate floodplains over the next 5 years in the world to figure out who's going to be underwater in 5 years. And you'd be surprised who's going to be underwater in 5 years. Most people don't realize it, but.
Thank you, John. And before, Ndidi, I'd like to come to you. I thought I'd have a panel debate without naming artificial intelligence, but it is, of course, the technology of the time.
I'm sorry.
Works. But it's just almost on every panel. Sometimes we talk about artificial intelligence without talking about the same thing. But when it comes to PPPs, maybe you can bring in the perspective, you know, when we talk about PPPs in marriage with AI, where do you see the leverage, you know, coming and looking a little bit ahead in the future? I mean, we don't know what happens in the future, but from from your expertise on, how would you combine the success of a PPP connected to AI?
So first, I want to build on Laurence's points, and then I'll come to
back
that.
to my question. Good.
Which is, I really think that the geopolitics and the signs of our times calls for a generation to be great. We just had 20 years in our London office of Mandela coming to the UK right before Glen Eagles on this campaign, Make Poverty History, and he called on a generation to be great. So I start off this week really empowered, optimistic, that we can take matters into our own hands. And from a European lens, since we're sitting in Germany, I think there's an important need for a new partnership between Europe and many other parts of the world. And I think it's time for leaders on this continent to rise up and really say, what place are we going to take in the vacuum of leadership that is emerging? And there are two areas in particular. When we think about philanthropic giving in Europe, we need to see a lot more philanthropic giving in Europe. I know you want to call it many different names, but we need to see Europeans who have made money invest in creating the data, enabling us to close the digital divide to the AI point, to take advantage of opportunities for convening to tackle the serious issues, but also to de-risk investments. So that's my first call. Because when we look at philanthropic capital in the world, we don't see enough coming from Europe, sadly. And I see a vacuum here. So that's the first. The second call to action I really think is around this concept of changing the narrative. And I love the fact that you're starting to tell positive stories. I am convinced that we have to change the narrative about investing in Africa and investing for climate and energy security in Africa, because there are deals that can be done profitably at the right cost of capital. And so that's another call to action. And the more success stories we can tell in Europe starts changing the narrative of Africa from a black hole, a risky environment, to one of mutually beneficial promise for both continents. And I'm excited because there's an Africa-Europe summit holding this year. I expect to see a new narrative around financing and financing the transitions that creates an ROI that all of us can embrace. With AI, my concern is that, unfortunately, AI is still in the hands of those who have access, like dear John, and who can afford it. But we need to actually ensure that the research is democratized and the access is democratized, because insurance is one industry we haven't talked about today, and that's a critical part of the private in the PPP arena. And we see insurance companies retreating at a time when they should actually be taking bold steps. Providing this knowledge, making it available to everybody, SMEs inclusive, so that they can hedge their risk, because there are instruments to hedge your risk. But when you don't have access to the AI technology and the data, and it's still in the hands of a very few, then an insurance is not willing to step in, then we have a loss. And that's where we see inequities growing with climate, as opposed to greater access and justice.
John, and then, of course, your thoughts. Johnny, where would you like to come in with what Miguel just mentioned and just pointed out?
Your point about there has to be more giving, a stronger culture of giving in Europe. I think that stems from the fact that if you look at America, America did not have, in the 19th and 20th century, social safety nets of education, healthcare, pension. They had to, health, hospitals, universities, they had to be built by the private sector, giving, channeling money in bricks and mortar. The mindset in Europe, though, has been from, and I've talked to young children at a young age in my business school class in Barcelona or in Paris, mindset is there's no culture of giving because the government does it all. The government provides, no. Maybe the government did it all. The government is not doing it all. And this is, but that gets to this whole point about teaching, how do you create a generous society starting at the age of 5, 6, or 7 from schools, so that children grow up thinking they all can be philanthropists, to your point. It's not just something, I get very cross when people associate philanthropy with wealth. It lets all of you in this room off the hook. You just think, I'm not wealthy enough, I don't have to do anything. You all have time, you all have talent, you all can do a lot. And it's a call to action, really.
Thank you. Jean-Christophe, when you listen to these words, where would you say, oh yeah, that is something that we still need to leverage when it comes to this perception, what it means to be actively engaged in PPPs and also creating, of course, more money for PPPs in Europe?
I was indeed reflecting a bit on what my fellow panelists were saying. And first of all, recognizing indeed the point that philanthropies in Europe are definitely different than in the States because we have had this culture of this tradition of welfare state in Europe. But still, I just realized as well how the world of philanthropy in Europe, albeit less developed than the States, has been living really in parallel and at least in parallel to us public institutions, very much, at least in my perspective and in my 25-year experience. So I'm coming out of here with a low-tech and modest ambition, but nevertheless a very resolved one. Low-tech because not based on artificial intelligence, but based on the fact that we do things because we know each other. Our partnership with Catalyst is due to the fact that I personally know Anne Mettler and the Breakthrough Energy crew quite well. And we do things together because we've known each other for quite a number of years and we appreciate one another. So, I'm coming out of here saying, okay, we need to do something to come together a bit more often, understand that we actually share a lot of the same values, we share the same motives to act, maybe sometimes with different means, but it doesn't matter. We can do things together. And in as much this ambition is low tech and in a way fairly simple to realize and modest in as much as it only involves people meeting and sharing perspective for a start.
Laurence, I'd like to come back for the very last words. When we talk about partnerships coming together, what Jean-Christophe just mentioned, what would be your lessons learned or what is your wish? How do we come together in a responsible, sustainable way and in fact, in a successful way as well, to create not single projects, single partnerships, but really create an ecosystem that is open for collaboration within the partnerships?
I think I can build on what you say. It's a matter of knowing each other. But
we know each other, right? Or do we...
Not really.
Not really. Okay.
The silos are everywhere. The silos are everywhere. Even you go to a country and the ministries don't talk to each other on the energy, for example, or where the treasuries are not talking to the climate ministry, for example. So there is an element where algorithm will not solve that. Absolutely. I totally think that we have to really insist on human contact and human trust, because you would not do that through an algorithm.
But this gives hope, right? We talk a lot about artificial intelligence, but human connecting.
I don't see a way out of this, really, frankly.
Wonderful for this round. Please give this panel a round of applause. What a strong panel.
Thank you.
Thank you to Jean-Christophe Jalou, Niki, Noneli, John Trzynski, Laurence Tubiana. Merci bien. Thank you so much. And back to Dominic.
Thank you very much for this truly interesting panel. Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention for a second?
I know.
After a short coffee break of 30 minutes, we're gonna see each other again, I guess, on this stage here. We will then discuss how we can safeguard democracy through energy security, and there will be a very special guest you will enjoy a lot as well. So it's worth coming back. Thank you very much. Enjoy the coffee break. Thank you, Katie.
Thank you, Dominic. and when we follow the news. Because in this room, I saw a lot of touched hearts, and that gives hope. That gives hope that you all have empathy. And that's also a muscle that we need for the future more than ever before. So let's keep that conversation in our hearts. You can also stay with us because we have another, sorry, bye. Okay, maybe we have new faces. I'm so thrilled. This is a tough bridge now, right? But we will manage to my panelists on the other side of the room. So we talk about collaboration, and I think this is also, that is echoing from the conversation now. Collaboration, coming together and sharing also vulnerabilities. And it's interesting because one of you came to me and said, well, here in the Pavilion, you do the real talk. In some other streets in Munich, it's a bit of a theater right now. So we see that as a compliment because this is exactly the motivation of creating these and designing these conversations, doing the real talk, talking about vulnerabilities, but also, of course, coming together when it comes to the design and creation of partnerships. Because a lot is talked and a lot is created in silos. But again, one of the key questions is how do we break out the silos and how do we create partnerships that have a win-win perspective, not just among transatlantic connection, north-north connection, but also south-south, north-south, south-north coming together. And this is now the bridge, so to say, when it comes to the next panel, when we talk about north-south interdependence, grafting. And I always call it's a design process. How do we design win-win partnerships for energy security? Especially, we just heard the true reality of geopolitical events on a local level. So we like to understand now more what makes a partnership successful, sustainable, but also strategic. What are current dynamics that are shaping these global corporations and how, of course, everybody's talking about AI, so we need to talk about AI as well. So technology, innovations, how is this actually an ingredient for a win-win partnership? Because we need more ingredients than ever before, and that's also something that I'd like to tackle with you. And then, of course, we have to talk about money in another section, another layer of our conversation that we are having. What are financial mechanisms? What do we need when it comes to more capital, blended finance? So that's also something that we're going to tackle on. And for that, I welcome my panelists on stage. So please join me, Saha Albazar, Dr. Timo Blank, Shiva Duster, and Dr. Emmanuel Marfo. Hi, lovely to see you. Thank you so much for making the time again and for joining me, not leaving me. I do a quick introduction round so everybody knows, of course, what keeps you busy, and then we'd love to dive into your expertise. Maybe you already had some questions when I started with the questions, maybe some thoughts when it comes to our topic. So we have to the left-hand side Zaha Al-Bazar. She is the Deputy Head of the Foreign Relations Committee of the Egyptian Parliament. And with her leadership in parliamentary diplomacy and with her deep understanding of African development issues, you are a key voice in advancing North-South cooperation, so exactly where we need to have the next hour on, particularly in the context of climate finance and debt relief policies. And when you follow her on LinkedIn, congratulations, because you were just recently this week got appointed as a member of the High Advisory Committee for the Egyptian Deputy Prime Minister. Yes. Correct? Yes. Congrats.
Thank you.
We have Dr. Timo Blank with us, the CEO and partner of Agora Strategy Group, a leading German management consultancy for geopolitics with around 300 experts worldwide and growing, of course. You're renowned experts when I read all your interviews in geopolitics and security policy, but also in industrial resilience. And when we talk about resilience, we need to learn from you what it means and what it takes. Thank you for being here. Dr. Timo Blank.
Thank you very much for having me.
Excuse me. So Shiva Duster is also with us. Shiva, thank you for making time. You're the director and the head and dean of the EIB Institute, the European Investment Bank Institute, and you have a background in innovation finance and sustainable investing. These two pillars are your key pillars in discussing financial mechanisms and, of course, all in our topic of an energy transition. Thank you. Shiva Dusta. Yes. Thank you. And to my right is Dr. Emmanuel Marfo. You are a chairman of the Committee on Environment, Science and Technology at the Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. And you have very deep insights on how developing nations can enhance energy security and climate resilience, while, of course, also managing all these geopolitical challenges that we are facing right now, right? So we are so happy to have you on stage. Thank you. Dr. Emmanuel Marfo. Okay. I always see that as a layer on onion. So we do a first round around the table, and then we go layer for layer into the richness of our conversation and the guiding question. So Timo, I'd like to start with you because, of course, geopolitical alliances, it's not an easy topic right now. Partnerships, everybody talks about partnerships, but then when it comes to the definition of partnerships, sometimes we have interesting interpretations. And of course, in all this ecosystem of partnerships, we need to then face the global power dynamics that were already mentioned here on different stages, and which is also, of course, the topic of the MSC. So on a general matter, how are these changing and the shifting geopolitical alliances and the global power dynamics, the partnerships of a sustainable and a just North-South partnership? What big developments do you see and do you have on your mind?
Thank you very much for this question. Very briefly, I think we have to start with zero again after JD Vance's speech yesterday. I think the outcry should be much bigger than it actually is. I think what we've seen is a fundamental attack on the Western value-based global order and the rule-based world order that we've seen so far. And also the American, not the American, but the MAGA, Make America Great Again, effort to reshape Western democratic interpretation and also undermining the democratic legitimacy of the governments that we actually have in Europe and Germany and others. And this has been, in my view, a fundamental rupture of the transatlantic relationship on which ground also NATO has been built, that we've seen basically since this transatlantic relationship has existed. And it's a really new disruptive change with the new American administration. So to answer your question, what does it mean for Europe? It firstly means it's not even a wake-up call. It's a 0 hour of new formation of global partnerships from a European perspective, because at the moment, even not the European Union, but the different European countries which cannot align or cannot agree on basic fundamentals at the moment, I would say. Although Trump has brought them closer together, stand on their own, then they have to look for new partnerships, and these partnerships have to be very much on eye level with regard to energy security and to sustainability. It's not about only on critical minerals and raw materials and energy supply, but on local production with other partners and really finding new strong allies, be it countries like Indonesia, India, Brazil, South America, but of course also African countries. I think there's already a strong cooperation with Northern African countries, but this will be the way forward with all that it brings. And I think we really need to accept it, but it's a rough, Vitaly Klitschko was here, it's a hard hit, and we really have to wake up from that.
I'd like to stay with the European perspective. I'd like to come to you because what do you see? What does it mean, these erosions and these fractures that we are currently seeing and experiencing? What does it mean for the financial ecosystem when it comes to designing and creating partnerships?
Yes, I think from a financial perspective, clearly the capital markets, the international financial system is a very global system and it's a very interconnected system. Looking at it from a European investment banking perspective, and some of you may have heard my former colleague, we of course, and the topic of today is the North, I mean this panel is the North-South dimension. I think what this, building on what Timo was saying, of course, the transatlantic relation needs to be, taken into account as it is evolving. But having said that, I think this is actually an opportunity to really now, from a European Union perspective, to stay strong together and actually really make the most out of this neighborhoods that we live in. With Africa's, with our eastern and our southern neighbors. And I do think, I mean, we've heard in different panels the last few days here in this pavilion, what can we bring to the US also? I think what we can bring the US is indeed stability in this area, some more autonomy on our side, and together with this area also have a stronger counterforce towards China. Now, I'm not a political expert, so I will stick to more my financial background, but what it means for the EIB as a long-term lender of the European Union is indeed to ensure that we continue to invest in the North-South and the South-South and the North-North, all the various connectivities, because we are best placed to actually, as a financial institution, at a time when climate change seems to be somehow not on the agenda anymore as a security issue, for us it very much is our key strategic priority among 8 priorities, but we very much are focused on that to ensure that we go ahead and put all the investments needed in this transition. I mean, both the digital and the climate transition, which are very connected and very much connected to economic and energy security. So I think we need to perhaps really stay on the course and not get too distracted by right now speeches and so on as a financial institution, to really be there long-term as partners in all these countries, as equal partners to all our we work in all of these countries that are present here.
Thank you for that first round. Let's zoom in into some regions. So we have, of course, Zaha with us. Take us with you into the MENA region. And of course, there are a lot of projects in the pipeline, a lot of partnerships in the pipeline when it comes to energy transition. And then it's called just Energy Transition Partnerships, or the PPPs. Can you give us an idea of what you see, how the rise of interest might come along in times of the geopolitical tensions towards the MENA regions and towards Egypt?
Sure, thank you. Addressing the geopolitics, I would like to address it in 2 layers, the political geopolitics and the energy context. With what Timo said about how we are going to enter maybe a new, unfamiliar way of new world order, where I think it's challenging the sovereignty of countries. For example, like Canada will be the 5th state, or Panama, or Greenland, or Gaza, or forcibly displacing 2 million Palestinians. So it's just the beginning. We don't know how it will lead us at the end, but I think our role is to hold on our values, our international laws, our system that protects human rights, and the parliamentary networks and the parliamentary work it's also a sort of partnerships, because when the Parliament of Egypt talks to the Congress, for example, about the voice of the people in Egypt or in Gaza, and then you find the Congress itself raising a statement to the president. Almost 150 congressmen signed a statement saying that this proposal cannot work. So the partnership with other parliaments is very crucial in our work. And in the context of energy, for example, one of the European countries is passing a law that is mandating that any country that sends fruits for them and vegetables through flights, these flights should be fueled by biofuel, which is very expensive for our countries in Global South. So for Egypt, for example, 38% of my working force is in agriculture. So if we couldn't support them and continue exporting the vegetables and the fruits that we have, these 38% will be unemployed. And when they will be unemployed, they can be potential illegal refugees to Europe. So it's a cycle. We are all interconnected. My problems is your problems is my problem. So we need to work together. That's why even after Munich, I'll be flying to them, and we were going to speak about this bill. And the objective is one. We want green transition. We want renewable energy. That's fine. But it's the readiness of each country that matters when it comes to negotiating this. So we need to sit down, put like time frame, maybe put alternatives for access to finance, capacity building. So a lot of work needs to be done instead of just having the action right now, and then we find out that it backfires and hurts everyone.
Yeah, thank you for drawing the journey and for also mentioning, of course, the parliamentary initiative called Ubuntu, which means together, which is a parliamentary initiative, and you're both part of that. But before I come to that, we're diving into that because it's a very special collaboration, and this is also the theme of a win-win partnership. Emmanuel, I'd like to dive into the topic of energy transition from a Global South perspective, how to be and how can also other African nations enhance the energy security in these times of geopolitical tensions, geopolitical challenges, to create a Global South leadership in a field as well. So where do you see a call to action for a partnership that creates a Global South leadership?
Well, thank you very much.
Yeah, hang on, is it switched on? No, it's not. I can't hear you. Do you see a green light? Is it? Wait, do we have a handheld microphone quickly on standby? You can also just throw it. No, we don't.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. This will diminish my. Thank you, Manu. Okay, I think this works. Okay, Global South leadership, call to action. What do we need to learn from you, and
Great.
what do we keep in mind?
Right. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you.
First of all, let me say that since yesterday, the conversations that I've had in this whole program has very much centered on Europe, and I think it's important that for the Global South perspective, I would like to first of all say that for energy investments to reach the Global South or Africa, for example, we need to think about scale. A lot of the opportunities that may be coming are huge, and that if you don't have a continent that is acting or that is putting itself in a way that it can act at scale, we will not be part of the whole process. Because when we talk of partnership, we are talking about people, actors coming together in a give and take manner. And so Africa, for example, or those continents in the Global South must first of all put their house in order to be able to position itself to negotiate, position itself to be able to participate and in the whole conversation. Now, you come to just last month, we had a meeting in Tanzania where the World Bank and other partners pledged over $50 billion in energy investment in expanding electrification in Africa to cover almost the 83% of the global population that do not have access to electricity. Now, the question is, out of that meeting, there has been a declaration for countries to develop country compact programs. So the point is that for you to be able to, or for Africa, for example, to be able to participate in this process, we need to position ourselves to be able to develop these country compact programs. And that will mean you need to have policies, regulatory policies that provide incentives for example, private capital investment in the energy sector. You need to look at your tariff issues and so on and so forth. So basically, yes, Africa should be a partner in this whole energy transition thing, but then Africa would also need to, first of all, work out its own internal systems to make sure that it is able to participate as a partner and also to be able to attract the kind of investment that opportunities like the Mission 300 that I talked about will offer to us.
I'd like to stay here for a while because Africa is not just a country, of course, 55 countries in different regions and different hotspots, different risk markets in a way. The markets are really, really diverse. So staying with this topic of the global South leadership to create an ecosystem within the Southern Hemisphere markets to create also solutions on a local level rather than being just a recipient of external solutions, how can we empower the local ecosystem of entrepreneurial spirit to have a solution for a win-win partnership that is growing from a domestic response and a domestic request?
Well, so that is why, first of all, I started from the perspective of how African countries, most African economies are small. And so for Africa, in this whole conversation, to be able to participate as a partner, Africa needs to be able to come together. We need to be able to build some critical mass of population and economies that will be able to take advantage of probably huge investment opportunity, transboundary investment opportunities that may come up. And
but
so
AFCFTA, everything is on the horizon, so the markets are getting developed. So is that not enough?
Well, that is enough policy-wise, but some countries, I mean, Africa is big, different economies, different politics. Some countries are more democratic, others, go to West Africa, destabilization, some countries, coup d'etats here and there. And so, yes, we have, in terms of policy, the Africa Continental Free Trade regime has come. But unless you have countries also, individual countries matching their policies and governance architecture to make sure that we all flow in some kind of same system of democracy or democratic values, same system of economic values and things like that. Yes, you may have the policy of being together, but in practice, you still continue to be fragmented. And that makes investment a challenge at scale.
Timo, on another panel, we were talking about the changing perception of risk when it comes also to risk investment. Would you underline that we need to be more courageous when it comes also to investing and supporting partnerships in emerging markets? Do we need another perception of risk? Do we, in these times where everything talks about geopolitical tensions and crises and catastrophes and difficulties, it might be difficult for investors also to come in and to say, yes, we are even more riskier than before. What conversations are you having? Is there a motivation to be risky when it comes to emerging markets?
The short answer is I think the risk perception is changing on what is the risk in a global order without rules, and how do you calculate it and get it in your balance sheet, and where do you go and where you don't go. If I take 30 seconds just to point the big picture, there's one main theorem on which Democrats and Republicans in the US align on. This is the fundamental fight against China and the complete strategic rivalry. The openness degree of the US economy is 25% approximately, so imports plus exports as share of GDP. The openness degree of China is roughly between 40 and 45. The openness degree of an economy in Germany is 90%. So in the US perspective, if I want to harm China, I try to destabilize global trade to harm China, because I'm almost in a, not totally autark, but largely. So for an industry company in Germany, this means I have to look for new markets, I have to remodel my supply chains, and I have to look that in the integrated economy we had in the past, global scale, very much just in time, from each angle of the world, I have to find another model. And this model can only work if I go into countries. So my own companies, we had, for example, last year, market entries to the Philippines, to Indonesia, also one to Kenya 2 years ago, and for different industries. And so the number is rising, but the key concern, and these are the final points, the 3 key concerns when going into the markets, also especially Africa, the first concern is always about logistics, especially if you have many landlocked economies, which is a big, big challenge, especially if you don't seem to have the infrastructure to outbalance it. The second one is political stability, and the third one, which may also become a question for the United States, is legal certainty and corruption. And this is, for Western companies, very tricky to get this also in their non-financial reporting. So this is a challenge. And this is also why companies here often call for deregulation and ask for less paperwork, etc. It's mostly related to those 3 points. So the answer is yes, yes, we need to be more courageous, but this is an effort not only on the industry side, it should also be a societal one. And I think it's possible, it will happen, but it should happen faster, and there are probably many things we can do.
It's interesting. I hear a lot of new battlegrounds for influence out of your answer. What role will AI and technology play in that regard when it comes to this ecosystem of different battlegrounds and having everything in mind for influence, a battleground for influence, especially with your perspective from different hotspots? How can we avoid to create more battlegrounds and new battlegrounds when it comes to technology? Because technology should be, in the best case, for all, for the good.
It's probably very hard to avoid that. But the call for deregulation in AI also, again, of J.D. Vance in Paris was very clear. And I think the US government is misleading the interest of certain tech industry players in the US with American interests. And the ideology behind the MAGA movement is male white supremacy. And this is also what will be in AI models coming out of this ecosystem, always be repetitive. So I think the basic European regulation from a societal aspect, again, not too much, is crucially important. And to answer your question directly, I think these standards can also build a model for AI technology evolving, which is disruptive in many very different ways, where other parts of the world can more easily adapt to, because most parts of the world, and even China in different ways, will need to actually agree on certain standards. And these standards will be, I think, standards which are different from what tech players, or certain tech players in the US actually want. So we can avoid it. This is actually an area where Europe can go first. Also, I think it's a strength. But it's a long way. We will never be in Europe as strong in AI innovation, most likely, as the US is. But so the more you have to try to get different players in different data sets, which are more balanced.
Shiva, I would like to come to you before we talk again about the Ubuntu initiative. I haven't forgotten that, but allow me another circle, Shiva. In these times of a green energy transition, a just transition, of course, new financial mechanisms are also needed, and you need to fight more for the financial mechanisms in order to elaborate and to leverage these technologies, right? So which incentives are necessary, and what is a must and a to-do to really support and also de-risk investments in green technologies in these times when, you know, there's a lot of criticism also around for green technologies?
Yeah.
So how do we de-risk the investments in that regard?
Indeed. I mean, perhaps let me, given that the multilateral system is also under attack right now, let me maybe, I think especially in this context of North-South, actually highlight the importance, if I may, of the multilateral financial architecture that we do have in place, and certainly the roles of banks like the European Investment Bank, which is of course not part of the Bretton Woods system, but basically Europe's response to multilateralism. I think precisely because of the threat of China and because how China has invested in places like Africa with, I would say, very few guardrails when it came to social, environmental sustainability. They were, of course, very efficient, perhaps, and very intentional. I would say it is so important that, and I think we really strengthen the role of institutions like the EIB that actually pay a lot of attention on the long-term viability of their investments in the countries through long-term partnerships. And I think this comes also to the de-risking, because if you are indeed looking at it from a risk perspective, you want to address, you don't want to create additional risks by actually destroying the environment where you are actually making an investment. You do not want to increase the risk by having potentially social turmoil. So basically, or putting it positively, you de-risk already by taking a very, bringing in that long-term approach towards making the investment in these countries, not from an exploitation perspective of extracting what is there for the benefit of the extractor, but very much as part of a approach of, as the title is saying, win-win partnership. Now, the way we are de-risking things, and a lot of our financial investments in those countries are by blending various sources of capital.
Tell us more.
So the way we work, of course, we have mandates also by the European Union, and this is a very, in a way, a very clever way. Instead of just providing grants, the European Union actually gives us certain level of protection, which means that some level of guarantees. So that allows the EIB to take more risk. So already in many of the transactions, just by that pure, we can actually lend. So we actually lend directly to companies and governments through partial or full risk protection by the European Union.
Companies and governments in the Global South, just to clarify.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
But it can be companies in the Global South or companies in Europe that are investing in the Global South.
Understood.
Right? So that's one way. The other way we are actively supporting the local ecosystem is that we are using intermediaries. And that is actually a very important part of our partnership approach, meaning the intermediaries are better placed to know where the money is most needed. These are the banks, these are the venture capital funds, these are the microfinance institutions. And here and especially in some of these funds that have been created, that's where the blended finance comes in. There are funds where you have certain European member states who are saying, we would like to support the green transition, climate efficiency, or resilience. So they put a layer of grant money. On top of that comes an EIB investment. And with that de-risking, because there's also a way of prioritizing effectively who gets paid out first, by de-risking, you bring in private capital. So these are then, in fact, private sector investors who are effectively taking lower risk. And through these layered funds, this is the way we actually mobilize capital. From a donor perspective, they actually get more leverage, because otherwise the money that is in that structure has repayment and can be used several times instead of just giving it as a grant.
Shiva, that sounds very easy when we talk about it. What gives you headache in between?
Well,
just to pinpoint a little bit the pain point quickly as well, to understand that it's maybe not so easy.
Well, I mean, generally when you ask, in a lot of the, in the teams that invest in Africa, what headache is, very often our projects already, very often the promoters lack potentially the capacity to prepare projects. So that's where technical assistance is important. That is coming in. And then the headache is, of course, in the execution of those projects. And very often one has to, of course, look at the viability of the projects to repay because we are not talking of subsidies, but ways of repaying. So that, that's...
Which bridges perfectly to Ubuntu, which is Swahili for together, working together. And that's where I come back to Emmanuel and Zahir for your parliamentary initiative called Ubuntu. What is the strength, and is that something where, to these headaches, do you have a medicine for that?
Yes.
Zahir and then Emmanuel.
For renewable energy and the investment part, it's a way of financing the renewable energy projects in our countries. And in Egypt, for example, we have the Bimban solar farm, which is one of the biggest, and it was a PPP system. And IFC names us as the haven of wind. So we have financing in terms of investments in that field. But when we talk about climate adaptation, which renewable energy projects is part of it, we need more financing. And the commitments of the climate change in terms of the $100 billion that it was never fully paid every year to the vulnerable countries, we thought about having other alternative of financing, which is more debt swaps and the suspension of debt services. What made me came up with this idea or this initiative is, according to data, Africa as a continent every year pays only debt service, not the debt. Debt service, $102.6 billion. And as per reports, it needs $52 billion for climate adaptation. So if we are using this money in climate adaptation in terms of debt swaps, that will make less commitments on the countries, and it will actually save some of our budgets. Like, for example, again, Egypt. In our budget, the public revenue, 42% of our public revenue goes to the debt service, not even the debt. So that was one approach. The second approach is calling for the suspension of the debt service for a certain time of time frame. We're not addressing banks saying, please don't take your money or remove all the debt service. We're just saying, give us fiscal space for 5-10 years so we can use our money and our budget in climate adaptation projects, because at the end of the day, we are the ones also facing the heat waves, where our agricultural lands are, the structure itself is being changed because of the climate change, which hits our food security. So it's accumulating a lot of humanitarian problems. And finally, because you see me want to go, you want to jump to the other?
Because I get some signs here from the left and the right.
But I just want to have the good news that the IMF just announced this year that they are going to decrease the debt service with 36%. So the advocacy of Ubuntu and other working groups that calls international or financial institutions to have such changes, it's actually happening now, but it took years.
Let me have one last question, Emmanuel, and then I wrap up. What is on your priority? What is something that we should put more into focus? Is it to include the private sector? Is it to rethink, of course, the finance and debt structure? What is your priority that you're lobbying for, that we should understand more than ever? Because sometimes we talk about the same thing, but we don't mean the same thing.
Yeah, well, so two things. First is on the debt swap issue, because most African economies are burdened with debt. At the same time, there is a call for more African economies to also transition in terms of going towards a renewable energy bit. So the burden on African governments are twofold. Whilst they are burdened to pay their debts, they are also burdened to finance adaptation projects that they don't simply have the fiscal space. And so if we are talking about just transition and a just global order, then we need to rethink how these transitions in these development countries or these global south countries, we will be how we can finance these transitions in the face of the debt burden. The second is about policies, in-country policies, where, for example, regulatory policies, tariff, and issue such policies that will enable private capital to be injected into, because public funds cannot be invested in the energy infrastructure and so on and so forth, because some countries, they pay debt, they pay compensation, they pay statutory payments, and there's no fiscal space. So I think that is where I think Parliament and the executive can work together to make sure that there's appropriate policy environment that can attract private capital in this energy transition business.
Thank you so much. You're all experts in your field, and I could go on and on and on, but time is over. But this is your applause. Thank you to Zaha Albassad, Dr. Timo Blank, Shiva Duster, and Dr. Emmanuel Malfo. Thank you for staying with me on that panel. And I think, Dominic, it's up to you now, right? What's coming up next? Thank you.
The coffee break, actually. The coffee break for 30 minutes. And after the coffee break, at 5:30, we're going to meet for the last panel on the upper stage. And then we're going to see each other. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Katie.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back for our last panel of this conference, and I can assure you it's worth listening to it. Ladies and gentlemen, there are still some seats available even in the first row, so you will not miss anything. You can join us here if you want. Hi, Greg. Good to see you again. Greg Jackson is back, who will unfortunately not be on stage, but there's the opportunity talking to him. So, dear friends, guests, and partners, we now come to the final panel of this year's Munich Security Conference. It is titled Transatlantic Energy Security Relations and focuses on the role of cooperation in the times of crises. In other words, one of the most crucial topics of our times. This panel is held in collaboration with the Atlantic Council and will be moderated by Olga Kharkova. Olga Kharkova, Deputy Director of Energy Security at the Atlantic Council's Global Energy Center, will now introduce the other panelists to you. Ladies and gentlemen, and I can assure you this discussion is one of the highlights of our event here at the BMW Pavilion. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in giving a round of applause for Olga Kharkova and also the other panelists that's going to be introduced. Thank you, Olga.
Thank you, and I commend you all for sticking through this very important conversation. I know this is our last panel, and I can tell how important and still relevant the topic is because you're all here. So thank you for sticking with us. I'm very excited to say that we will kick off this timely conversation with some very special remarks from George Andreas Papandreou, who is the former Prime Minister of Greece. George, we're really excited to hear from you as a scene setter, as some special remarks. You know, you have such an extensive background, political background, and maybe you can give us some lessons learned of how we work through some challenging situations and transatlantic relations in the past. Maybe there's some exciting lessons learned for us. George, please, special remarks.
No, if you can hear me, yes, fine. Thank you for inviting me. Yes, it is a very difficult situation, time of tension between Europe and the United States. When I was Prime Minister, actually, I was working quite close then with the President Obama, and he was helpful in the crisis and giving advice to Europe, which we didn't always follow, but I won't get into that those details. But I believe that we need, if we're looking at the situation today, we need to see Europe being autonomous in its energy supplies. And not simply diversifying to other outlets of energy from different parts of the world. We need to be less dependent, or I would say autonomous and independent in our energy. And that means also from the United States, but it also means from some of the countries that we maybe today are, not only Russia, but other countries that we have energy from. That means we need to move, and if we want to, at the same time, tackle climate change, it means we need to electrify Europe. Now, I know there is some pushback here in Germany, and or at least there has been I remember 10 years ago I was talking to somebody here, a German who was in aeronautics, and he was somewhat frustrated that the car industries were not moving so quickly in the electrifying of their cars and the production. That may change, but that's important. And I believe that also we have to really then see how we do create the type of energy which is climate friendly, therefore investing heavily in wind, solar, geothermal, researching in new areas of possible storage, whether it's hydrogen or new types of fuels, so we don't only depend on rare earth and imports from other countries or other areas of the world. And that, I think, is one of the major issues we have here in Europe. Also, local grids, smaller grids, and a transition, which may need to be a part of this, but a transition which does not lock us in again into the fossil fuels. A second point, from my experience, we have the Mediterranean. And we need to work also with North Africa, the MENA. This is an area where I remember when we found, and when I was Prime Minister, we found we had oil, petrol, we had gas, Greece, Cyprus, Israel, Egypt. I had an expert I talked to, Joe Stanislav, who has written it, and we had an initiative in the Mediterranean. Now, the Mediterranean has a lot of conflicts. I believe, and this is what Europe should do, let us see this energy transition as not a crisis, but as an opportunity for peace, for building peace. So I think that's a second important point. A third point, maybe a little more controversial, China. I would say India too. Look at Africa. Why are we competing with China in Africa? And why don't we say, okay, you want to invest in Africa, we do too. We are worried about how you deal with the money. Well, we have some rules too. If we work together, we need to do this to build a greening economy in Africa for a number of reasons. First of all, for climate, but also because there's a huge population boom. And it will impact us. It already has, but it will impact us even more if they do not have growth. So we need to see how this energy transition is not only just, it's not only green, but it also does create new jobs, new opportunities for Europeans, but also for our region. I think I've passed my time on a little bit more. I would say now with China, there is one more issue, which I want to get into a bit of geopolitics. I think we lost an opportunity when the Berlin Wall fell to build some basic rules of our engagement at the global level. We went from a bipolar to a unipolar world. America was the power. The United States, and I've told many of my friends in the United States this, I think made the mistake. Rather than creating a world where we all could live with our different systems, with our different politics, but in peace and in cooperation in some basic areas such as energy, such as climate change, we got into adventures such as Iraq war, Libya, Afghanistan, which we're paying for even today. Now, I think what we need to do, and Europe needs to play this role, because we are seeing from the United States today, this government is not interested in a rule-based world. It is might makes right. That is a world which will go to chaos and violence and conflict. Even if there are deals made, it will create a sense of whoever is stronger may be able to impose their will. Europe has to play the role, and in doing so, it has to talk to other powers. It has to bring the global south in, it has to talk to China, it has to talk to India, it has to bring them in. And hopefully at some point, the US will follow again. So those are my comments. Thank you very much.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. It is my pleasure to now introduce our star lineup panel. Lidia Pereira, who is a member of the European Parliament. Please join me on stage. Maxim Timchenko, who is the CEO of DTEC. Greg Jackson, the CEO of Octopus Energy, and Dan Poneman, who is a distinguished fellow at the Atlantic Council and has many, many fantastic additional titles, but we will focus on that affiliation right now. Thank you all for joining us, and again, thank you to our audience. Look, you know, this BMW Foundation event on the sidelines of the Munich Security Conference, again, is a testament of how closely interlinked energy security is to hard security. And in so many ways, it's also a reminder that we can achieve so much more when we work on hard security, when we partner with our allies to defend our frontiers when it comes to hard security, but also when it comes to energy security and climate cooperation. Now, I want to start off this panel with taking just a really quick vote, raise of hands from the audience, just to get a feeling of where we are today with the people who are here. despite the challenges in the transatlantic, or fractures, which is probably an understatement, in the transatlantic alliance, do we still believe, raise your hands if you do, that there are some opportunities, there's still some good things that we can do on climate and energy security issues in the next 4 years? Wow. I like this. I would say maybe 50%. Is that accurate? Okay, maybe 60%.
60.
Looking good. All right. I will ask you this again in the end of the session. So, be prepared. We're doing a little experiment. So look, let's just start off. If you can give me maybe a 1.5-minute answer each, just to kind of take the pulse of where we are. Lydia, we'll start with you. Are we as divided as it seems? Or should we dig a little deeper, and is there more context to the current situation? Or are things as tense as it feels whenever we check the news, whenever we check X, former Twitter?
Well, good afternoon, and first of all, let me thank you for the invitation to join the panel today. It's been a very interesting conference this last 48 hours, and in response to what you just asked me, I do believe that the past weeks have been very telling about the future, or about the short term at least. Perhaps what we are lacking at the moment is to understand what is the long-term strategy of the US in relation to the transatlantic relations. But the short term is a little bit more complicated. I was not very happy with what I heard from Vice President J.D. Vance yesterday. Not a word mentioned about Ukraine. This is not the main topic of our conversation. But at the same time, I'm realistic. I think we might be transitioning from a relation that has been based on cooperation or shared values to a relationship that will be much more transactional. So, and in this new framework, obviously there's a lot of opportunities, but I don't want to rush into, concluding that things will be turbulent all the times. There will have to be stability, because if there's no stability in Europe, if there's no stability in the world, that also means a bad business for the US. So in the interest of the US, it is good that there is stability in Europe. And for that, the transatlantic relationship, or this cooperation, will have to keep being strengthened.
Maxime?
Right, of course, I'm from Ukraine, and these 2 days was very important days for us in understanding what's going on around future of Ukraine. But I would say that it was wake-up calls, or wake-up momentum. And not only about energy security of Europe, about defense of Europe, about future of Europe, but for Ukraine, it also wake up momentum for opportunities. And that's basically the message I brought here, saying that it's time coming not to see Ukraine as a war zone country. It's time to think how Ukraine can be converted from liability or burden for Europe to asset, how much we can add to energy security of European countries, and how much we can add to unity of European countries. I think that it was clear messages coming to all of us, Europeans, that it's time to think about our future, become independent, and I fully support all the messages from Prime Minister of Greece, that our future in our hands, and that's key message, and we're part of this future.
Thank you, Maxime. Greg?
First of all, I couldn't agree more with what you've both said. So to build on those points, first of all, we don't know what the long term holds for our relationship with the US, indeed transatlantic relations generally.
Right.
I think we should hope for the best. And there are lots of people here who are looking for things to be optimistic about. But we also have to plan for the worst. I think what's come home to all of us is the extent to which, we think of climate as being a security issue, which is why there's climate components here. But energy is the short-term, medium-term, and long-term component of security. And powers that are energy-rich have weaponized their richness to exploit other nations and situations. Europe doesn't have to be an energy power, We have to be energy independent, so we can't be held hostage by energy powers. And I was talking to the CEO of Uniper. The planning horizon for Uniper, for Germany, when it became dependent on Russian gas, was that I think since almost through the Cold War, Russia honored its gas contracts. So the planning horizon was they will always honor the contracts. That planning assumption was wrong. And I think we need to make sure we don't make any wrong assumptions now. And we're already seeing the extent to which, for example, Trump will weaponize trade with tariffs at the drop of a hat. So I think we need planning assumptions that are built around energy independence for Europe as quickly as possible.
Thank you so much, Greg. Dan, are things as bad as they seem? You had extensive experience working for two secretaries, Clinton and Kerry, and you were the U.S. rep. Is there some context to what's happening today?
There is a context, and I'm glad you mentioned that. I was actually present when they created the U.S. Energy Council. They raised it to ministerial level. I went with Secretary Clinton to Lisbon, Portugal in 2010. And then they upgraded that to a presidential level after the Ukraine invasion, right? The same issues that dominated then are still the same issues. It's still about, and it was then, about energy security. It was still about, as it was then, about the energy transition. It was still about cooperation in places we could in terms of innovation, renewables, etc. So I think sometimes in the fetid atmosphere that we get in, we sometimes lose sight of those long-term interests. And I think those things persist. And the thing that has changed, and the energy dialogue change, was exactly February 24th, 2022. That changed the whole dialogue, and they were still the same elements, but the dominant theme became the imperative to wean off of Russian imports of natural gas. And thank goodness the shale gas revolution enabled that. So since 2021, the U.S. has been the biggest supplier of LNG, enabling 50 million BCM to come into Europe to solve that problem. So we have to continue in that. And the oil dependence has diminished. The gas dependence has diminished. We have to keep working on the nuclear piece, where there's still a lot of dependence on Russian enriched uranium. So I think we have to focus on those things and remember that underlying whatever is happening at the government levels, these transactional elements are very important to actually providing the variety that Winston Churchill said back in 1913 is the only source of energy security.
Thank you, Dan. Maxime, I know you're tight on time, and you unfortunately have to leave us at 6 p.m., so we'll go to you for the follow-up question. I really loved what you mentioned on, treating Ukraine as a partner, not a charity case, really looking at the opportunities, and there's so much. DTEC's story is very much a Ukraine story of resilience, overcoming challenges in spite of this war, and deploying new projects against the backdrop of this horrific invasion. 3 years in, what are some of the key opportunities and some maybe tangible projects or technologies where US and European partners can partner with DTEC on?
Quite often I'm saying that probably DTEC is the company where all possible corporate risks realized. So for 20 years we experienced everything: war, economic turbulence, destruction. In July 2024, 90% of our production facilities, generation facilities, were damaged or destroyed. But in 2024, we started the largest wind farm, the largest wind farm in Ukraine. We brought the first US LNG cargo to Greece. And great appreciation to Greece. We use your terminal. It was first Ukrainian company brought US LNG, and using this so-called vertical corridor to use Ukrainian gas storage facilities. So we started project 200 megawatt battery storage in Ukraine, investing 140 million euro. So we live, like, in my mind, parallel world. Yesterday, drones destroyed another transformer to our solar farm, and we lost half of capacity. And today we started the first construction foundation for the wind turbines. And it's all about resilience, and it's all about cooperation. If you don't have US partners agreed on terms to supply LNG, then we would never have this first pilot deal. If you don't have Vestas agreed to help us built wind farms remotely and educated our employees because they still cannot send their people to Ukraine, then we would never do that. So today our message is that with all our experience in Ukraine, we want to be a gate opener for companies to come to Ukraine, to get this first move advantage. If we afforded to build such a projects and invested more than 1.2 billion euro during the last 2.5 years, why not foreign companies can at least start developing their projects in Ukraine, start understanding what is happening in Ukraine, and as I said, go piece by piece. Don't look at the map and think that Ukraine out of our corporate map. Start doing these things and then it will repay. So we're ready to cooperate. I think partnership is the key word for companies in Ukraine. We're on the ground. We know how things can be done. And I think it's time not only for investments, but for contribution into energy security of Europe. It's much easier to build wind and solar farms in Ukraine to going through all bureaucracy. So because we have experience building in European countries, and I can, from my own experience, can say that it will save from 12 to 18 months to develop the same project in Ukraine. So we know how to do it by Ukrainian hands, and basically we are realizing projects in Romania and Poland, and 80% of this project done by Ukrainian engineering, Ukrainian project managers, and EPC contractors. So I think it's time to move a bit from emergency support of Ukraine to commercial projects in Ukraine, to be creative in building access to capital. This is what we need now in Ukraine, because we cannot get commercial funding. We need support of governments and financial institutions and ECAs. And that's basically what we talk about in Germany. And try to do something with the tech.
How was this message received in Munich in your meetings? How was this approach? Were there ideas or tangible things that came out? How did the partners respond?
To be honest, I start feeling that the spirit and attitude to Ukraine started changing in Davos last month. We had more business meetings. I see clear interest of investors and funds, at least asking questions. Because 1, 2, 3 years ago, it was, guys, we all respect, we're ready to support you, we're ready to send you equipment, but let's put apart discussion about projects and building something new. Now it's changing. It's not changing at the speed which we want to have, but my hope that in 1-2 months' time we will announce our first partnership with Greek company in Ukraine. I hope with French company in Ukraine, and my wish that German company will appear as our partners for new projects in Ukraine. It started moving. That's what I can see from the ground, from Ukraine.
Yeah, some positive news during a really challenging time. Thank you, Maxime. Lydia, can we go back to you on kind of the role of European government, parliament, but also working with the Commission, new leadership in US and in Europe. How are things changing in terms of your approach to figuring out how to work with the United States, but also maybe taking a look at how Europe can strengthen its own energy security in order to be a stronger player in this game?
I'm glad that you asked such question, because I wanted to comment very briefly on the words of former Prime Minister Papandreou. He referred a lot to climate change. And I have been at the last COP29, the head of delegation on behalf of the European Parliament to Baku, COP29. And it was very interesting to see how a vast majority of countries in the world, they look at Europe as a reference because they are being severely affected by climate change. But when we look at the internal situation in Europe, when we talk about climate change, when we talk about decarbonization, when we talk about curbing the energy costs, and on top of that, then we are addressing climate change. So this is something that has to be in our minds, because we don't have the same energetic resources as in the US has. So the only competitive advantage we have today is the development of clean technologies that will enable us to become fully independent from third countries on our energy supplies. Now, we don't do this overnight. This has been something that has been planned, but we have now to move very concretely, and I'm not saying this in a dogmatic way. I'm not saying that Europe will shift into 100% renewable energy supply. Perhaps it will not be possible, but if we manage our mix better, diversify, and at the same time that we remain independent, then we can address all the other elements. But first, and this is the priority, we've been hearing a lot about Mario Draghi report. Today he published another article, a very interesting article in Financial Times. But we need to move into action. And the 5 past years in the European Parliament were very much shaped by an ideological view that did not match the need of today, which is competitiveness. And I'm not saying this questioning our need to lead on climate change. I'm a strong advocate of that, because we show the way. We show it is possible, but we cannot undermine our businesses because of this priority in the world. So how do we do this? We have to do this alone. We cannot do it, right? And so the US being on board would be extremely important. At COP29, I observed the absence of the US of the negotiations, but I saw other countries jumping in and saying, look guys, we want to cooperate on that. Guess who was that? China, right? So that's why it says a lot on how we're going to do this from now on. It is crucial that we become energy independent. It is crucial that Ukraine becomes a member of the European Union. It is crucial that Europe is in the negotiation table for a long and just peace in Ukraine. But we cannot neglect the geopolitical side of this conversation here. And that's why, and I will conclude with this, that is why it's so critical that we really make progress on our investments on the clean tech side, because otherwise we will be looking in 10 years from now with some regret. We could have done that. So it is really critical that all the 27 member states are on board with this. And I was a little bit, not surprised, because it's often the position, but not very convinced with the remarks made by the Minister of Foreign Affairs earlier today from France, saying, well, we have to engage in bilateral agreements. No, dear Minister, we need collectively Europe to speak at one voice on this important matter, because we saw that the agreements of the past between France, Spain and Portugal were not the wisest. We need an energy union, and this has to be the message. And we need leadership on this, not just one person pushing for defending their own interests in Europe. We need desperately an energy union.
I definitely, yes. I want to come back to that cohesion within EU later. But let me go to Greg next. Octopus Energy has grown exponentially since 2016 through COVID, through Brexit, through energy crisis, multiple wars, all of this unpredictable environments and different types of challenges. Does this era now, that seems extremely challenging again in different ways, does it also bring some exciting opportunities for a company?
Thank you for a great leading question. Look, first of all, I've got to say our challenges have been nothing compared to Max's. And I think to try and synthesize the story from here, but briefly answer your question first. Look, as a young entrepreneur, I always wondered, how did companies make it through the Great Depression? Right? How did companies make it through wars? Yeah. And then I realized at some point, we were living through these times. And you look, Walt Disney was founded 11 months before the Great Depression, right? Hewlett-Packard, the same. And so I think as businesses, there's absolutely opportunity in crisis. And as we're hearing Max now converting the ultimate crisis into actually a series of incredibly compelling opportunities about working with Ukraine. But just to illustrate the degree to which I mean that, last year, the Ukraine, I think you built 200 times more onshore wind turbines than England and Wales put together, right? And now, England and Wales are both pretty windy countries. We are completely failing to recognize the opportunity and the scale of both the challenge and the need for national security, climate threat, and low-cost energy. And to build on your point on China, I recently visited Shenzhen, Shanghai, Beijing, and I flew from there to New York. It was like going back in time, right? Up to 30% of the vehicles on the roads in those cities were now electric. All of the two-wheeled vehicles that used to create the smog and pollution. Nearly all the buses, all of the taxis, vans, even a lot of the cars. And I landed in New York, where you had huge Chevy Suburbans, idling in terrible traffic, and the buses were disgusting. And I say this because I think we have to paint an optimistic picture of what will come as we move from the crisis to the world we want to build. And with great respect, I mean, you know, America's led the way on some of this stuff. Californian air pollution legislation set the standards for companies around the world. But I think we're now seeing that the Chinese investment in clean energy technology, which was a very deliberate strategic move in the early 2000s, has enabled them to open a gap that is getting increasingly hard to close. The reality is that Europe can't make batteries as good as China, even using their equipment, because we just don't have the skills and the expertise. If we're not careful, the same will end up applying to our automobile industries. And the answer to this is not to build bigger walls and barriers to protect incumbents and prevent change. It's to find ways to use this to spur change. And the reality is that across most of Europe now, we can create a renewable system that is cheaper than the LNG we're importing from the rest of the world. We may need some LNG for a while to balance our system in countries where it's not always windy or sunny. But as we start to build out this system, we can literally be reducing energy costs. And I think the real opportunity, when we think about how does Europe do this, is to say no longer will we subsidize dirty incumbents, and instead, we will allow change to occur. And we have to do that for our own energy security. By the way, we can still work brilliantly with some of the great leaders in the US, and I hope we remain long-term friends. But actually, we have the opportunity to be the future of cleaner, cheaper energy and cleaner air, better cities, a better environment. And I think that we can create a positive picture for our citizens. But we do need to do that, because so far we're risking this backlash. The way we went around this for the first half of the energy transition was we turned up and we built wind farms where people didn't want them. We then put an extra line on their bills to charge them extra. So let's make the next half of the energy transition the one that is beneficial to our citizens, and we need to do that now. And one thing we do in the UK, we're in trial programs. We give people cheap electricity when it's windy if they live near a wind turbine. We expect them to use more energy when it's windy, and they do. What we didn't expect was 40,000 communities have asked for wind turbines, right? So my challenge back to our great political leaders is work with us to sell the vision with short-term benefits right now that people see from this transition, and a long-term picture that is not one about the sacrifices we have to make, but the benefits we're going to reap.
Thank you. No, that's an extremely compelling vision, which I think we're all very hungry for today.
Thank you.
Thank you, Maxime. Thank you, Greg. Dan, you mentioned something on the nuclear supply chains, that the work is not done to diversify away from Russia in Europe. In other ways, nuclear is also one of those constant topics, areas where we have seen bipartisan cooperation, bipartisan support, especially on the US side. Tell us what that looks like, what that progress could look like, even in the next couple of years. What are some things that we should focus on?
Facts are stubborn things. And if you look at the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change 1.5 degree report, or if you read the Fatih-Birol studies of IEA, you don't come within a country mile of net zero without like tripling nuclear. That's why COP28 and COP29, between the two of them, you have over 30 governments having pledged to that. In the United States, and you may have noticed we've had some political conversations in our country. You had a Nuclear Fuel Security Act passed 96-3. You had an Advance Act passed with nuclear regulatory reform 88-2. Perhaps if you said the sun rises in the east, you could not get that kind of a vote. Now we have to move to deployment. We know how to do this, but because of the bad politics, frankly, that have surrounded things for reasons well known here, Chernobyl, Fukushima, we got off track. We're now in the process of getting back on track. We're now building again. You have very strong consensus in much, if not to say most of Europe, that this is necessary. So now we have to accelerate that deployment, because if you're looking for, as Bill Gates said, the only clean energy source that's been proved to work day and night, windy or still, winter, summer, spring, and fall, anywhere, it's nuclear. So we have to get there. Now, the thing about energy security that's not often realized is when we weren't paying attention, we allowed the world to become overly dependent on Russian imports of enriched uranium. United States, 20%, 20% in Europe. And if you do simple arithmetic, the amount of enriched uranium required by each of Europe and the United States cannot be replaced by existing available resources elsewhere. So we've got to be investing more in that. But I want to say one other thing, sort of keying off my colleagues' comments. I think we have to remember the energy security piece is still very important. And I think having learned what is uncomfortable about depending on foreign supplies of oil, gas, and enriched uranium, let's not make the same mistake for the critical minerals that we now depend on. China controls 75% of the supply chain. We do not want to jump out of the frying pan into the fire, nor do we wish to import their pollution if they are able to get these very cheap prices by emitting a lot of carbon in the production of these things. So it's, I think, a fact that the solar panel industries in Europe and the United States were basically clobbered by the overproduction in China. It's now happening with batteries. So I think we have to be mindful if we are worried about things I heard about from my German colleagues about deindustrialization of Europe, that we don't inadvertently subsidize the destruction of our own industries by going very easily to an overdependence on now China, which not only has 75% of the control of the processing, but by buying up assets in other parts of the world, cobalt, copper, etc., we are at risk of falling right back into the same trap that we just are trying to get out of with Russia.
Thank you so much, Dan. Lydia, let's go back to your previous comments on the importance of internal cohesion across the member states and kind of having a strategy that's aligned, even when dealing with the United States and other partners and adversaries out there. But there are gaps. I think that over the last couple of days, even within this pavilion, we heard multiple examples of internal disjointments in, even regulations within the member states, how they're implemented. And that becomes a barrier for companies that are looking to invest and scale up and don't want to look through 27 different manuals for how to do good work and how to grow. How is that going? I know with the omnibus coming up and with the competitiveness compass, some of that is being recognized and dealt with, but what are you hoping to achieve this year?
Yeah, well, it is. We've been talking a lot about in the past days about tariffs, and actually the title of Draghi's article today in Financial Times is that Europe managed to create internal tariffs with the examples that you just mentioned. When we talk about directives that are transposed into national law and we create an additional burden, that is obviously a problem. And that's something that we have to correct as of now. I hope the Omnibus really sets the scene for the other laws, directives, regulations that need to be reviewed, because, we are... being a parliamentarian in the European Parliament, we often hear the criticism. Oh, you guys in the European Parliament, you're always creating legislation which makes our lives miserable and so on. but we are never very, diligent in looking at our national realities and understanding, yeah, well, but our national parliaments usually tend to make the scene much worse than what is set in the European law. So this is something obviously that has to be taken care of with a different eye, or with a different with more leadership, also from the national governments and from their respective national parliaments, because otherwise we will not fix it. So this is I think critical, and I do believe that we have all the conditions. I mean, there's a momentum now. So if we miss the momentum, then we are a bit doomed, I think. But the leadership of the President of the European Commission, I think, has been very clear on that. And so all the commissioners are sensitive to the fact that we really have to change things, not forgetting the role of the national parliaments in this.
Thank you so much. I'm actually being told that we have less time than on this clock. So final questions for both of you. Greg, in terms of you've provided such a positive, exciting vision in terms of the opportunities that are still there. But what is on your wish list in terms of what would make your life easier?
Yeah, so I think we need to understand that when we change the sources and uses of electricity, we fundamentally change our system. That means our markets and infrastructure need to change. And that's not happening fast enough. So very quickly, conscious time, a couple of examples. It's not always windy and it's not always sunny. But if all the cars in the UK were electric, their combined battery capacity would be, I was doing the maths, 2,500 gigawatt hours. No one knows what that means, but the UK is a 50 gigawatt system, i.e. we've got enough electricity just sitting in those cars to power our entire country for 2 days. And by the way, there's always going to be some sources of energy, but that's the backup you get literally for free when you move to a clean system. And so I think what we need to be doing is saying, look, we need to be looking now at a total system view and building the markets to enable this. And that's why we talk about energy flexibility. If the UK, I use the UK just because I know the numbers better, but it applies everywhere. If the UK had a flexible energy system with locational pricing, we could reduce our new grid build by 30%. That would save around 50 billion euros. We could reduce our total energy cost, electricity cost, by 50 billion euros over the next 10 to 15 years. And we could attract data centers. Scotland would go from the most expensive electricity in Europe to the cheapest because of the wind. And so I think these problems with intermittency are entirely real. But the opportunities of abundance are completely forgotten. And the last bit I'd add to this is, of course, I do worry about the critical minerals, for example. But there is a difference. If we're dependent on foreign gas, then we need it every day. If we're dependent on critical minerals for things like batteries in cars, at least if it ever gets cut off, all the batteries in cars we've got, we get to keep. And so we need to keep building as quickly as we can this new system while we can.
Thank you so much. Dan, just a couple of minutes, final question. Flying back to Washington, D.C., what kind of messages are you taking back from Munich, from this conversation?
I think there's still a willingness to cooperate. I think the most important thing I've picked up here, and I'm going to use it for my last point, is the one thing we haven't discussed, probably the first session in the 2 days, that hasn't talked about AI. Yeah. AI is driving a vertiginous increase in power demand. And we're going to need prodigious amounts of energy to satisfy that demand. We're talking about in the United States alone going from like 2% to 10% of electricity just to power data centers. That's like as much electricity as is consumed by France, okay? So, and I take my colleague's points very well. If we're powering electric vehicles in the United States by coal and gas, you're still not solving the problem. So we're going to need all of the above, just as we've needed it for many years, and we're going to have a lot more of it. So you're going to have the investments, and you're going to have to do one other thing, which I know is not politically popular anywhere. We're going to have to start to figure out how to internalize all of the impositions on society that dirty energy imposes, a social cost of carbon, call it what you will, and we have to find a way to mobilize those large amounts of capital that will allow us to diversify, that will allow us to cooperate on a level playing field if we need to with carbon adjustment mechanisms or whatever it can be. I believe my final message is when we work together, there's like nothing we cannot do, and I don't leave any less hopeful about that today than when I arrived here 2 days ago.
That's an incredible message.
Thank you. Thank you.
We are out of time, but as I promised, I will ask you the same question I asked at the very top. Do we still think there are opportunities for climate and energy security cooperation despite of all the differences? Raise your hands if you agree. I think we picked up some, I see some hands that weren't raised before. All right, give it up for this fantastic panel. Greg, Lydia, Maxime, who is gone, and Dan. Thank you all so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Olga
moderator.
Karlova.
Thank you
so
very much.
Thank you. Wonderful. What a day, hey?
Thank you, Greg. Bye-bye. I'll write a mail.
So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you still for being here with us. It is a long day, but it is the time of important conversations. And now it's our big pleasure to wrap up a little bit today. But we're not doing the wrap-up of the wrap-up of the wrap-up. No, there is so much already said, Dominic. So we have special guests here, right, on stage?
Yes. Well, first of all, I would like to thank you also for your attention. It has been a tremendous experience. 3 days in a row with very inspiring talks, a great mass and wealth of experiences, of new inputs, insights, and a great job done by the folks from the BMW Foundation. Thank you very much.
Yeah, behind the scenes. Thank you so much, team.
And now we are, we're very happy to welcome the 2 board members of the BMW Foundation here on stage for a final statement or a final few conversations we have. And thank you very much. And I think it's a reason for a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Come on!
Wonderful. Heike Schneeweiß and Herbert Quandt with us. Heike, we'd like to use that momentum, of course, to look outside. It's a beautiful pavilion. There was a special conversation magic in this pavilion. And outside, it said, Secure Energy, Advanced Society. And then when I was reading that title, maybe you can take us, what are the takeaways from your perspective at this energy security hub that we've created, but also with that title illuminated outside?
So it was not an easy time to define this title, as you can imagine, but I think it was a good decision because we focused the first time for 2.5 days on one topic. Can you believe it? And I thought, wow, how can it be exciting? But to be very honest, we got so many different perspectives. We had so great curated discussions and panels that I never thought before that you can have such a variety of discussions on one topic. And a party is as good as its guests. So a big thank you to you because you engaged, you stayed with us, and I'm very pleased about the outcome.
Thank you.
And I think after this 3 days, we can all agree on the fact that reduction creates quality. That is good, absolutely. Heba, one of the terms that was used very often here was the technology openness term. Today and yesterday, the word was used very often. Why is this, in your opinion, so important when we look at the energy transition from a global perspective?
Yeah, I think we started the 2.5 days talking about innovation, about diversification, and we learned a lot about flexibility and the necessity of flexibility. And this is an important notion underlining going in the pathway of focusing. So we have a lot of alignment that, and I take one point, for example, the grids and the infrastructure aspect. We have to invest and build infrastructures for Europe, to strengthen Europe. So I think this diversification and openness will help us focus on solving and have a united solution and vision. And we heard that we need, therefore, innovation, implementation, deployment. I say something funny. We actually, underlining, we have so much strength. We heard about it. we also know from the emotional piece also of this conference that we're doing very well, and we have so many opportunities to even do better. So we can practice this innovation muscle and build some transition and transformation muscles, which we need, and
Good.
Go forward.
And openness or technology openness is kind of an indicator for an entrepreneurial approach, and that's the strength of a free market society. Last question to you, and then to you as well. What's the role? We're living in very volatile times. What's the role of a foundation in those times, Heber?
I think foundations have a lot of freedom and a big responsibility. A responsibility for society and to tackle the challenges of our times and strengthen society from within. So this freedom we have to use, not to do everything, but to do everything we can together in order to move forward and solve and bring those solutions to the people and have impact. So I want to thank you for making us focus, Katie and Dominic, very much. I want to thank the team because everything was worked out together, like Heike said, in order to make it focused and come to outcomes. And I want to thank our partners. But give a big applause to our team here who helped us and our partners. And
Heike, of course, again, the question also goes to you. You know, what is the role and also the responsibility of a foundation in these times of turbulences, in these volatile times? So, where would you see the priorities? Yeah.
Just to add something to Heber, I think we need to stay in the driver's seat, to push the topic forward, to drive it really forward. And the big question is, if we see each other next year at the MSC, what has changed? Who has done something? Who has contributed? That's a big question. And we actually see each other already in October, because we have in Berlin our event on the 23rd. So put it in your calendar, and a little bit later we see each other here. And then I want to see what did we do and what did change. So that's my comment.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I want to thank Katie for a fantastic moderation. Thank you, Katie. Thank you, Heike. Thank you, Heber. And thank you, the whole team. Thank you for your attention. It was very inspiring. It was very rich, this whole experience. And now enjoy the evening and enjoy the remaining Sunday. And it was great having you here. Thank you very much.
See you soon. Let's stay connected. Bye. Thank you.
Thank you, Dominic. Thank you.